Hello, live stream. Oh, it's Unfiltered 240 today. Big show. We're going to break down some of the session stuff. We're going to get into cyber and reality winner. We're going to talk about UK internet crackdown. We're going to talk about Trump's crazy plans for solar-powered border walls. How you doing, Arch Linux? How you doing? Okay. Looks like Mr. Chase is en route. Oh, it's beginning. The Unfilter is nigh. Wabba dop 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 dabba dop dabba dop. I have yet to see the SATCOM servers have come up. Can anyone in the chat room confirm if the YouTube stream is up for me? Let me know. Can confirm or not. Is the YouTube stream functional? Alexa, turn on studio ambient lights. Alexa, trigger studio red lights. Yeah. So I still don't see it. Yeah, you do see it? Can you link it for me? Because I don't see it, which is kind of fun. Oh, there it is. Now I see it. Never mind. You don't need to link it to me. It's working. That was weird. Okay. Not a lot of new patrons this week. That's too bad. The gloss is real. That is for sure, dude. That looks good, though. All right. So we got a lot to get into today. We should probably get started. I should probably stop messing around. Are you guys ready? You ready, chat room? I got something new for you too. Man, I work hard for you, and I work hard. You work hard for your money, and I hope I do you right. What? I don't. From the belly of the I don't even know what that means. F4. Yeah, man, that's good. Who needs Reddit when you can yell at me in real time? I like that, actually. Okay, so we're going to get started here. I have created something new. I have created something new for the overtime. And I don't know if I'm going to get it my first time, so Rekai in the future, maybe listen through, make sure I don't restart. So I created a new graphic for the overtime because we've been asking for new patrons. And I feel like this segment, I do this segment for the patrons. I'm here working extra, doing like almost another show for the patrons. And so I wanted to give it a real official intro. We've never really had an official intro for this. And I feel like, well, shit, if anybody deserves an official intro, it's our patrons. So, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. I am about to introduce the new Patreon introduction. Rika, you should cross-fade probably while these numbers are scrolling across from the outro to this, and hopefully I won't blow it. In 3, in a 2.
Warning, life support failure on all decks. Abandoned ship. Level 9 authorization required.
Overtime is brought to you by our patrons at patreon.com/unfiltered.
Security authorization accepted.
Thank you to our new patrons this week who made this segment possible. Ingun. Oh man, I know I'm getting these two right. Ordura, John, FS, and Jackson. Thank you for helping us get closer to our multi-week Unfilter. Patreon.com/unfilter is where you go to support this show. This segment is dedicated to you, and we start, like most weeks, with our own Nancy segment. So this is your good friend, your buddy, Nancy Pelosi. Here she is on the Morning Joes, basically shitting all over Donald Trump's mental health.
Besides telling the president not to tweet, if he came to you and said, I've got this problem with Russia, all these investigations, I really do want to get back to the people's business, what could he do? What would you advise him to do?
What would I have advised him to do? Go to sleep.
Yeah.
Get some sleep.
Yes.
Wow. I could advise that to you too, Nancy. This entire segment is dedicated to your mental lapses.
Bring yourself to a place where their synapses are working.
You said that to him
I
directly?
agree with you completely.
Of course you do, Mika.
You said that to him?
Well, when he called me the night of the Syria invasion, not to...
The what? The Syria what? I'm sorry. The Syria what?
He called me the night of the Syria invasion.
The what? I'm sorry.
Night of the Syria invasion.
Oh, I think because it sounded like you said invasion when it was missiles. Do you know something I don't know? Because it sounds like you said invasion. You're not having a senior moment, are you, Nancy?
Night of the Syria invasion, not to go into the conversation, was late at night, like at midnight, well after it was all finished.
You know, he stays up late, guys.
He was going on and on. I said, well, it was like midnight. And I said,
You know, he stays up really late, guys.
why don't you go to sleep?
Why don't you go to sleep? You know, they probably had a nice conversation because he had the courtesy to call her to inform her about a military strike in Syria so that way she knew what the hell was going on when she'd step out in front of the press tomorrow. And then at the end of the conversation, she probably said, all right, you should probably go to bed now, sir.
Going on and on. I said, well, it was like midnight. And I said, why don't you go to sleep? I think that, there's something not, more sleep might be a solution for him.
Oh! After that, she said she hoped that he had irreparable damage. And then she said, I mean, repairable damage to whatever was wrong with his brain. And then just moments after that, she goes out to hold her daily press conference and brags about her fantastic performance on live television.
What I did say this morning, in case you missed me.
You know, because I'm a really big deal and I was on Morning Joe.
What I did say this morning, in case you missed me, on TV is...
Oh, is she 8 years old? That at least, what the hell?
What I did say this morning, in case you missed me, on TV is follow this. Now, this was early this morning, and in light of events that have come forth since. I said to him that New Yorkers have said to me, those who've had business dealings with him.
With who?
He operates this way.
Who does?
First, he tries to charm you. President Bush tries to charm you.
I'm sorry, who are we talking about again?
To charm you. President Bush tries to charm you.
Oh, who? I'm sorry, who was that?
To charm you. President Bush tries to charm you.
You know, this is like the 7th time you've done this.
If that doesn't work, he tries to bully you.
You hear somebody in the background, somebody says Trump. Hey, Trump.
Tries to charm you. If that doesn't work, he tries to bully you. If that doesn't work, he walks away from the deal.
Now, she's really proud of herself because she hears all the cameras going off. And so then she tries to repeat the hand motion again for the cameras. The thing is, they're not taking pictures of her hand motions. They're taking pictures of the fact that she's such a dumb shit, she keeps saying Bush. Because in her mind, at the core of it, it's just Democrats versus Republicans. And it doesn't matter if it was Romney in office. It doesn't matter if it's Rubio in office. It doesn't matter if it's Bush Jeb in office. it doesn't matter if it's Donald Trump. It's Democrats versus Republicans. And so whatever face and whatever story and whatever narrative they got to put on top of it to make it about it. So this is incredible. So they start taking pictures, and she gets all excited because she thinks they're taking pictures of her great hand gestures about these 4-step Trump negotiation tactics. She's really quite happy about it. In reality, they're taking pictures of the fact that she has dementia.
Way. First, he tries to charm you. President Bush tries to charm you. If that doesn't work, he tries to bully you. If that doesn't
See, then the pictures start, and she's like, oh, this is working.
work, he walks away from the deal.
Look how excited she is because she really thinks she's getting them.
And if that doesn't work, he sues you.
So she goes on, kind of doubles down on it again because she thinks that they're really liking it. Meanwhile, she's just completely unaware of the mistake she's made until an aide walks up and slips her a piece of paper.
To where that is. So I would hope that we could work in a bipartisan way. Now, again, indicative of what's going on in the administration, you have the Secretary of the Treasury saying they want a clean debt ceiling.
I don't know why the C-SPAN camera operator panned out at this moment. Maybe he saw the aide walking, and the aide is trying to be as invisible as possible because when the shot first started, it was in tight. Like, you wouldn't have seen her really walking up. You would have just seen her arm. But thankfully, for some reason, the cameraman pans out right at the best moment possible so that we can see Nancy Pelosi's young aide walking up with a piece of paper.
In the administration, you have the Secretary of the Treasury saying they want a clean debt ceiling. I said President Bush. I'm sorry, I meant to say.
Oh, here we go. Now, this is how she always covers for it.
It's hard for me to say it, you know.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard because it's just so bad. Yeah, that's always your go-to line. That's good. Just like Hillary always says that it's allergies.
Or President Bush, I apologize.
Oh, poor Bush. All right, let's stop picking on Nancy. She's having a hard time. Maxine Waters got a lot of attention. Now, this was mostly in the written press. But your buddy Chris actually found a clip of it. I couldn't believe it because nobody has a clip of it. So I'm pretty happy about this. Now, here's the problem. I didn't get the very, very best part. I tried. But the very, very, very best part, you'll have to use your imagination. Picture Maxine Waters in LA at a Pride speech, rushing the stage to get the word out about something vitally important for the people.
They're pleased because they don't know what to make of this man in Washington, D.C., who calls himself President of the United States of America.
Not my president. No.
He's not my president.
He's not your president. No.
He's not your president.
Oh, shit. She's getting fired up, guys.
He lies.
Oh!
He cheats.
Oh!
He's a bully.
Oh!
He disrespects us all.
Oh, shit.
If he thinks he can mess with the LGBT community, he better look at what happened right here in West Hollywood.
It's like she's completely unaware there's a microphone there. Because it was set for her good buddy, Adam Schiff. Representative Schiff is up there. Now he's just sort of nodding along because she nudges him out of the way. And Schiff is now on the edge of the camera frame with some rainbow t-shirt on, looking like a total dummy. Just looking like the biggest dummy, while Maxine shouts into the general air while the microphone is pointed up above her face because, well, Schiff's taller than her.
You deny, you disrespect, and you will find that there are people who have the courage to organize and to take back whatever needs to be taken back.
Schiff, by the way, leading one of the Russia, well, not leading, co-chair of one of the Russia investigations. Totally impartial, though.
We resist this president.
That's right.
Because he stands for the worst of everything. And guess what? I know that people may not quite be ready. I know that some are a little hesitant.
That's right.
I know that some are saying, I'm not so sure, Maxine.
I don't know, Maxine.
What you're saying is the right thing to say.
You're fucking
but
crazy.
I'm saying impeach 45.
Whoa! Oh my gosh!
Page 45.
Oh my gosh! I am shocked by this.
Page 45.
Whoa!
And page 45.
That's right.
And page 45. And page 45. I love you all.
What?
And I know that we're going to take our country back from him. I know that you have the strength. I know that you have the courage. And I know that each of you understand you have the power. Stay woke.
Oh! Stay woke! In page 45, stay woke! Stay woke!
I know that you have the courage. And I know that each of you understand you have the power. Stay woke.
You know, she really is just the same coin. She's the other side of the same coin as Trump. Similar language, similar energy, just different agenda. It's hard to keep track sometimes with these agendas, especially when it comes to fired FBI Director James Comey. Sometimes it seems like the Democrats love him. Sometimes it seems like the Democrats hate him. I think they're back in love again.
Well, listen, there's no question that many of us, myself included, have questioned James Comey's judgment.
Mr. Comey, I just want you to know that I have great respect for you.
He is a professional law enforcement officer at the highest degree.
What I saw was a seasoned senior former federal law enforcement leader, former prosecutor, who was very measured.
He spoke from the heart. He spoke what he believed was the truth.
To speak candidly and openly to the Senate and to the American people.
You've been a straight shooter with this committee and have been willing to speak truth to power.
Now, here's the question. You're big, you're strong.
I do know Jim Comey and I trust him.
Mr. Comey's credibility, he has a great deal of credibility.
He has the credentials that give him credibility.
He has the strength, he has the ability, and I know that you're a man of strength and integrity.
But I have not questioned James Comey's penchant to tell the truth.
I think he showed his integrity at its best.
And talk about Jim Comey. He's one of the most honest men I've ever met.
The scales are very strong in favor of his integrity.
I don't think there's any history of James Comey not being able to tell the truth, not having a commitment to telling the truth.
I think that's really important, his integrity. And I just kept thinking, for Jim Comey, it's all about the law and the rules.
But I've never had any reason to question your integrity, your expertise, or your intelligence.
I think he's been a very good FBI director. Who can possibly replace him?
Who? Oh, man.
Mildly nauseous doesn't sound to me like he was too nauseated by it. But I think it was really a bad thing to do. And really, for me, a very disappointing thing for him to do.
You know, Judge Jeanine, I can only take so much of her, but your buddy Chris watches all things so you don't have to. And every now and then, you can find yourself a tasty catfish. That's a good meme. The James Comey memes are strong this week. And Judge Jeanine, she has her opinion about Comey, too.
Penalty for being weak?
Well, you know what I think is so amazing about this is that Jim Comey comes across as
the moment you realize, that's not on my audio, the moment you realize
that Jim Comey comes across as someone who is so wily and so...
That moment you realize your Unfiltered show has better audio quality than the Fox News studio. Listen to this. Hold on. I'm going to pull down. Listen to this. You hear that? Nothing All right, now let's go back to your Fox News, Fox and Friends.
Comes across as someone who is so wily and so calculating. He's a predator. He makes a decision that the president is going to lie to him before he even has his first meeting. And so he decides that he's going to start recording or memorizing what was said in their conversations. And then he gets to the point where he says, you know what, I'm going to leak this stuff now. Why is he so comfortable leaking? What is it about his history, his background as a prosecutor?
So you might be wondering at this point, and I hope it's not distracting you now that I called it out. So I'm going to just talk about it one more time to get you to focus, because she's about to get into some good points. And trust me, sometimes it's difficult, but it's worth it. I think she raises some legitimate questions. What is likely happening, that buzz, I know, I'm sorry, guys. The chat room's like giving me a hard time. What is likely happening is they have a lot of different mics in the studio, and they probably have a pot line open. That's one of the mic lines open that is like disconnected or touching something, and so it's just got a ton of noise on it, and they're not monitoring the audio properly. This, by the way, happens, a lot. This happens a lot in live broadcast. It's, in fact, we probably misrepresented how often it happens on this show, because I generally toss clips when they have a lot of a ground loop noise or some sort of weird fan noise, because I don't want my show to sound bad. So I usually toss the clips. But again, she's about to make some good points, so I think it's worth playing it, even though it is kind of distracting, and I apologize.
And what I would want to know is he the leaker? Is he the guy who is so comfortable? And the answer to why he didn't leak it himself about the seagulls on the beach and my wife was hogwash. Yeah. It was a distraction. And you know what? He did the same thing just now with the senator. What he said basically was, Lordy, I hope there are tapes. Well, that doesn't answer the question as to why someone else was asked.
Does it matter who he leaked it to? Because Daniel Richmond isn't just a buddy.
Now, listen to this.
I've been talking about this.
This guy is a liberal guy. Look, he worked with them in the United States. He worked with them in the U.S. Attorney's Office. He was the appellate attorney there. You develop a very close relationship, I know from being DA, with my appellate people.
No, I actually buy that.
Okay? You talk to them about serious issues. But the fact that he was so comfortable that he did this to a liberal professor, and it's linked to the... It tells me that this isn't the first time that the guy's leaked. It tells me he's a predator. He was looking to take Donald down, or the president down, and what he wanted to do was preserve himself.
Now, the point I want to make is I don't think this is the first time Comey leaked. I mean, I know I've made my case, but I don't think this is the first time he's leaked, and I think the more you have an understanding of how Washington works, about how the different roles in Washington work, the more obvious it seems that he's likely been a leaker for a while now. Now, I want to talk about Russia for a second. We so often talk about Russia in the context of how they're the big boogeyman. They're the other big world power. They have nukes, you know. And Putin is strong. Putin is a man of mystery. But Russia, in reality, and I don't mean to sound like some sort of crazy... Budweiser drunk, bald eagle loving, America smoking patriot here, but nobody matches the United States in terms of power. Military power, natural resources are a particular advantage to the United States. Not only do we have the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans on both ends of us, so it's not like ISIS can just get in a boat and come over here. We have total control and visibility over the air. We have friendly relationships with Mexico and Canada. I mean, the United States, when people say, why is the United States so special? I think it's this geological advantage that we have. We have a big nation with tons of great resources. We're protected because we have huge bodies of water on either major side of us, to the right and to the left. And we have an unmatched military power. But the media would have you believe that Russia is right up there with us. Russia is our counterpunch. Whatever we can punch, Russia can punch right back. And so this plays into the Russia hacking narratives. This plays into the Putin boogeyman story. In reality, Russia really is a third-rate power, like Obama said it was. They have nukes, but that's about it.
Surrounding Russia is the prevailing belief that it's in some way equal in power to the US, or even so much a threat. Though Russia is not a trifling matter, the recent rise in Russophobia is unwarranted given that Russia's power is largely a mirage. The reality is that Russia is only considered a world power because of their nuclear capabilities. At the helm of this nuclear arsenal is a blowfish of a KGB master manipulator who projects an undeserved veneer of influence and power. What's not widely known is that Russia is plagued with many crippling issues. They're struck with massive health crises, a population in freefall, a sickly economy, and an antiquated military. Not to mention they're a country totally isolated, offering no real incentive for any nation to come to their defense in a world conflict.
Yeah. So and of course they have nukes, but what kind of victory is that if you nuke half the planet? That's no victory. So their military power, while formidable and destructive, isn't going to really lead them into a victory or a war that they want to engage in. And the reality is they really have thousands of ghost villages, quote unquote.
Just a 3-hour drive from sparkling Moscow, this rutted road leads to what feels like another world. A ghost village frozen in time. No public transportation, no hospitals. Not much of anything or anyone. Tatiana Vasilievna is one of the few villagers still here, chopping wood to survive the freezing temperatures. The young have all left for the cities, she says. There's no hope here, she tells me, no future. A stark contrast with the Kremlin's carefully choreographed image of a mighty Russia.
Yep.
According to the latest census, 20,000 villages are completely abandoned.
The most impressive thing about the Russian people is their ability to survive. And the image that gets portrayed in the Western media and by Putin is completely inaccurate. It's like all of the bullcrap you learn in school about the United States, and then you discover that there's horrible gun rate murders and drug addictions and that there's pharmaceutical lobbyists, and then you discover there's all these horrible things about the United States. It's similar to this. We see all of the bullet point things, but the reality of Russia is, and you can learn more if you follow certain people on YouTube. There's some interesting vloggers and there's interesting documentaries. There is a intense poverty throughout most of Russia. Those that live in the major cities experience a more Western-style lifestyle, but you go even just 30 miles outside those major cities, and it's poverty that makes a third world look rich.
Another 36,000 have fewer than 10 residents. The government last year said nearly 20 million Russians live below the poverty line on less than $139 a month. It wasn't always like this. In the Soviet era, most villagers worked on huge collective farms. Life wasn't easy, but the government provided for the people. All of that came to an end when the Soviet Union collapsed. Areas like this never recovered.
Are they just using the shit out of it? If you're watching the video version of this NBC report, I swear to God, like, they're vlogging here. This reporter has gone out to Russia and brought a cameraman and a DJI Phantom 4, and apparently they are now vlogging from Russia.
Covered. Nadezhda, whose name translates to hope, has little of it left.
Oh my
It would be
God.
so good to live like before, she tells me. Under communism, there were plenty of jobs and plenty to eat.
Well, funny how that is, huh? So this is what life is like after your government collapses. Pay attention, everybody.
Today, she collects cranberries to sell on the side of the road.
Even after the government has rebuilt itself, it's become a player on the world stage, it has a celebrity president, you can still be collecting and selling cranberries.
There are few customers and many hungry nights. But does she blame the government or even sanctions?
Now, what's interesting and kind of counter-narrative to this entire discussion is she actually, while maybe you might judge it, seems to live in a fairly practical little domicile here. And she has a nice all-in-one washer and dryer. So this woman's living facilities right here is better than your humble host living facilities. I don't have a washer and dryer. I covet this woman's washer and dryer all-in-one unit. And isn't the all-in-one the perfect machine? Because you put it in there and it washes and it dries and you never have to move it. In some ways, I envy her.
Even sanctions. A patriotic talking point is the response. Our leaders, she says, are trying to provide. Nearby, I meet Sasha, the village poet who has no qualms about pointing the finger of blame.
And this is where you can tell they're building a narrative for you. The village poet Really? Is this 1742? Is it the Village Poet? They have microwaves and all-in-one washer and dryers and cars and phones. The Village Poet? You sons of bitches. You sons of bitches that are sitting here painting a picture for me while I'm sitting there cramming popcorn or potato chips down my fucking mouth watching your NBC report. This is Hollywood storytelling now. Enjoy, everybody.
Nearby, I meet Sasha, the village poet who has no qualms about pointing the finger of blame. The state can change things if it wants to, he says. But those at the top would never do that. They don't know how. As for that image of Russia as a military superpower, he says the West has no need to fear. Russia is no more of a threat than my socks, he jokes.
No, I don't necessarily disagree. In fact, that's why I'm playing this clip to begin with. But this isn't a vlog, okay? This isn't a YouTube vlog. This isn't a podcast. This is NBC News. They're owned by GM, okay? They are. Do you understand what I'm saying when I talk about the difference of scale here? They could talk to just about anybody. If Megyn Kelly wants to talk to Vladimir Putin, Megyn Kelly gets to talk to Vladimir Putin. They're talking to the fucking village idiot. Some guy who has no position of power. He has no authority. He has no political office. And they're just taking his word for it, and they're reporting on it. Like this is the de facto way things are. This is essentially a man on the street interview. It represents a point of view, but it's such shit. But it does make the point. Russia's no threat to the United States.
Alleged Russian hacking is again hitting the headlines, with a lot of coverage claiming that Kremlin-linked hackers have been trying to sow divisions in the Middle East by planting fake articles in the Qatari media. Jacqueline Vuga has the story.
Long-running tensions in the Middle East have seen Saudi Arabia and its neighbors cut ties with Qatar.
Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Egypt and the UAE have all cut diplomatic ties with Qatar.
Here are the options for this latest fallout.
So among other things, we're hearing that these 5 countries are saying Qatar is too extremist, that it's been sponsoring terrorism.
Terrorism? Check.
Qatar shares a large natural gas field with Iran. I believe it's the biggest in the region, if not the world.
States that don't like Iran saying Qatar is wrong for having ties with Iran. Check.
Cornelia, Dominic Wankhorn pointing out there Donald Trump almost taking credit for that. Is it any coincidence that this blockade and this dropping of diplomatic ties comes only a matter of days after he visited Saudi Arabia?
And Donald Trump's foreign policies are involved as well, which brings up another issue.
Russian hackers were behind a cyber breach against Qatar's state news agency. The hackers planted a false news report friendly to Iran and critical of President Donald Trump.
Here we go. Russian hackers. Check.
Now, of course, Artie has an axe to grind here, but it is so formulaic, it's embarrassing, isn't it? Aren't you kind of embarrassed?
According to CNN, Russian hackers planted a fake news report on Qatar's state news agency in an effort to cause rifts between the U.S. and its allies.
Yeah, so fake news is what's causing this rift. Fake news. Like, you know what I love about it, too? As if both governments operate off of the fine reporting of the New York Times and CNN. Or RT, right? Like, that's what they use for their canonical source of truth. And whatever they report, well, fuck, we're going to go with that. And we're going to shift our entire strategic policy based on the reporting of the New York Times. You know, screw our intelligence agencies and our internal sources of information and our diplomatic contacts and the phone calls that we're making. Screw all of that information.
And this spiraled into more accusations based on unnamed sources and little to no evidence. Russia's foreign minister dismissed the claims and slammed the news outlet.
CNN, like other media outlets, which don't really deserve to be called mass media, are a means of disinformation. They're always waiting for some stinker of a story or scandal to automatically blame it, without any evidence, on Russia.
God, you know, I wish our government officials talked like, I guess Trump kind of does, but not really anymore. Not really anymore. When he was a candidate, he did stinker and shouldn't be called mass media. Man, that's gold.
Russian hackers, or somebody else connected to the Russian Federation.
The finger of blame is constantly pointed at Russia.
The finger of blame, guys.
And sometimes it's just outrageous. Take, for example, this interview with former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper.
The historical practices of the Russians.
Sure, and every other nation, China, Iran, Germany, France.
Who typically almost genetically driven.
Almost genetically driven, as if everyone's looking out for their best interests.
To co-opt, penetrate.
I'm sorry, what?
At this point, Moscow has been singled out so often, the idea that Russia is a threat may have become a part of the media's DNA.
Oh, not really that good of a burn.
So much of their reporting is anonymous sources. So much of their reporting subsequently turns out to be wrong. And, so much obvious evidence is out there that so far we've seen no evidence of actual collusion.
That's true. So F-Force is, but aside from reporting of CNN, New York Times, etc., Washington Post, you could throw them in there. CNN is sort of generally reporting on what the Washington Post and New York Times report. He says, when then is our intelligence agency saying the exact same thing? Why then? Oh, why then? Well, let's start right there. So during the campaign, there was the meme of, will 17 intelligence agencies believe this to be true? But it's not actually 17. It turned out to be 3. And it was Homeland Security and the CIA that were sure about it. And then the NSA, who didn't want to comment on how sure they were about the evidence. It turned out to be 3. Now, what you have to ask yourself is, what is it they are sure of? Russian involvement in trying to influence the election? Seems like that's 100%. You can say, regardless of if it's the DHS, if you're the NSA, 100% confident that the Russians tried to influence the election. That's a given. Every nation did that. Canada did that. Mexico did that. You understand? You did that if you voted or you caucused. You answered a poll. You did it too. So they should probably investigate you. Gary Johnson, Jill Stein, they influenced the election. Bernie Sanders, that son of a bitch. There's a lot of influence going around. So you have to ask yourself, what is the thing that the NSA and the DHS and the CIA were willing to go on the record and say they saw? And they weren't clear in that report. We've talked about it in previous shows. But I think it is. They're willing to say, yes, there was some sort of involvement. Where I draw the line is, I don't buy that there was collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia. I think that's a narrative of the loser. I don't buy that particular story. And I especially don't buy that John Podesta was specifically targeted way before Donald Trump was the candidate of the general election. And then that information was sat on until they could coordinate with the Trump campaign to better target information release via WikiLeaks. That is got to be the biggest pile of conspiracy bacon. That is rough, man. That is some really fucking rough conspiracy bullshit right there. That is a lot of stretching, because you are shitting on the legacy and purpose of WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. You're writing everything off that they've released, even about the Russian government, about Iran, about Qatar, about Saudi Arabia. You're writing all of that off. You're accepting the findings of a contractor who was hired for the DNC on behalf of the DNC to make it look like they were abused. The FBI was never allowed to examine the DNC servers, and so you are choosing to ignore that particularly uncomfortable fact. That's described as cognitive dissonance. So now we are engaging in cognitive dissonance. That's a major, major red flag for me right there. But the thing that I just really can't get around is the fact that John Podesta was fished with really basic things. It could be anyone. Russia, I completely accept as a possibility, but it could have been anyone. So we've got to get some really good concrete evidence there. That's where things have got to start. And until we get the FBI and let them investigate that server, until we get more information about what happened there, I don't feel like anybody can be attributed to this. And then, of course, the damn Vault 7 leaks. almost perfectly timed to demonstrate how the CIA can make their attack tools look like any other government's attack tools. Son of a bitch if that didn't throw a wrench in things. And then the final problem that I have is the evidence that has been presented publicly doesn't hold up. And this is an area where perhaps I have a bit of a unique perspective, and so it is easier for me to come to this conclusion than the general audience. And that is the quote-unquote fingerprints, code, and IP addresses, and other evidence that CrowdStrike, that the DNC, and others have made publicly available doesn't hold up. I was a hired contractor to do penetration testing, and I did it for large networks, hospitals that were under HIPAA. I did it for the largest independent bank in Washington State, who was under FDIC regulation for their security. And my report, any flaws that I found in my report were reviewed by the FDIC, and the bank had a timeline to fix them. And the more I found, the more money I made. So let me tell you, as somebody who was a hired hitman to do penetration testing on networks, the evidence that has been presented publicly doesn't hold up at all. Not even like a little bit. So it is with some of that background, reviewing the evidence myself. I've read the reports, I've read the PDFs that have made available, I've watched all of the testimony. It doesn't hold up. And I think part of the problem is it's confusing. I mean, you see even John McCain getting confused. It generally is complicated. In just a general sense, it's a complicated story. And so you can mix up Hillary's email server with Russia hacking the DNC and Judicial Watch's suing and Freedom of Information requests. And many of the leaks, I'm going to say it one more time because you really got to hear this. Many of the quote-unquote leaks of Hillary's emails that are being attributed to Russians actually came from Judicial Watch. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Google search Judicial Watch, Hillary Clinton emails. Judicial Watch, Hillary Clinton emails. Judicial Watch, Hillary Clinton emails. Google search that. They, through actual legal means, got access to a ton of emails via the State Department. That has nothing to do with Russia, has nothing to do with WikiLeaks, and it's a fact that she just tries to whitewash away. See, it's confusing, it's hard to follow, because there's the email hack, there's the leaks, there's the phishing of John Podesta, there's Trump campaign collusion supposedly with Michael Flynn, and then there's the actual possibility that as a nation, Russia attempted to represent their best interest and influence the election. And they may have gone too far in doing so. Those are all separate things. It's very hard to keep track of it all, and so it generally gets muddied in the conversation.
Do you agree with the conclusion that the president has reached that there was no evidence of collusion?
You know, we haven't seen any of that whatsoever, George. We've been looking and showing everything that they possibly have. That has not led to that. We have all of us have the utmost respect for Bob Mueller, both on the Democrat and Republican side. I believe he's going to do his job thoroughly. We will accept his recommendation and pathway forward, and I think that's extremely important, that we all agree this is the right person, the right time to do this type of work.
So no evidence of collusion still, almost 8 months into the investigation. This is an interesting time we live in. Now let's take a minute and let's talk about Trump's big plan. And Fox News, they're all in on it.
Meanwhile, President Trump has reportedly pitched Republican leaders on a solar-paneled border wall with Mexico. Sounds like a win-win, right? Well, green energy...
I'm sorry. I got to hear that again. I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, President Trump has reportedly pitched Republican leaders on a solar-paneled border wall with...
Solar frickin' roadways, guys?
Mexico. Sounds like a win-win, right? Well, green energy and keeping our borders safe at the same time. Hard to go wrong with that. Bruce Blakeman is a principal with the Sustainable Technology, Inc. His company submitted a blueprint design for solar panels on the border wall, and he joins us live here in Studio F. Good morning to you.
Hi, Steve.
This is genius.
This is a stupid fucking idea. And I'll tell you what, it was at this moment I realized, oh, okay, so legitimately Trump never intends to build a border wall. I got it. Wouldn't I love it? Wouldn't I love it, man? If you could somehow build a border wall built out of solar panels that would generate enough power that it would pay for itself. And hey, I've heard it's sunny down there too. What could go wrong? So now the question becomes, how is Trump going to play this out? So I'm grasping at straws to understand how the Democrats are going to push this Russia story till 2018. How the hell are they going to do that? How are the Democrats going to be able to milk this thing? And I can see them lining up a few posts, getting things sort of lined, getting testimony on the record saying we're just getting started. I can kind of see where they're going, and I see them building a foundation to really harp on this Russia stuff until 2018. Makes sense to me. Trump, though, he's already asking for people to raise funds to get reelected. He already is sending out emails asking people to help him get reelected. He's got a campaign staff. How is he going to get reelected if he doesn't build that border wall? How's that going to happen? How's he going to get reelected if they don't build that border wall? And now it's a solar border wall.
Well, we got together a group of creative people, designers, engineers,
super creative,
Homeland Security experts, finance people, and we were kicking around the idea, how do you get that border barrier built, and can't there be a generating of revenue from that border barrier? And one of the engineers said, let's put solar on it. And he made a brilliant design.
Right, because essentially by being a power generating station, the wall would offset the cost of the wall.
It would defray the cost of the wall by $40 million to $400 million annually, depending on how much per megawatt hour the market was.
Okay, so we're looking at one of the designs right here. Explain what we're looking at.
Well, we're looking at a beautiful rendition of the border barrier with the solar component. As you can see, it's mesh, it's steel mesh. You can see through it. There's no graffiti that can be put on it.
No.
And it has a solar gathering component.
It's really great.
It can generate a tremendous amount of megawatt hours. 2 million.
A solar gathering component, guys.
Megawatt hours per year.
Unbelievable. And for it to go out like that and up like that, it would be hard to climb over.
Exactly. Our engineers took a look at everything. They looked at the specifications, the security needs, and the solar gathering materials that would be required.
Look at that salesman right there. That's the face of a salesman, everybody. Looking you right in the camera. The accumulation of his entire career. This very moment. Be proud. Never gonna happen. I wish it would, man. I wish it would. Never gonna happen.
All right, so there's kissing up to the boss, and then there's this. President Trump held his first official cabinet meeting, and it turned into a rather bizarre love fest. The president's top brass lavishing praise one after another on him, seemingly trying to out-praise each other. Listen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and just the greatest privilege of my life is to serve as vice president to a president who's keeping his word to the American people.
Mr. President, I'm privileged to be here, deeply honored, and I want to thank you for keeping your commitment to the American workers.
President, what an incredible honor it is to lead the Department of Health and Human Services at this pivotal time under your leadership. I can't thank you enough for the privilege that you've given me and the leadership that you've shown.
Mr. President, thank you for the honor to serve the country. It's a great privilege you've given me.
On behalf of the entire senior staff around you, Mr. President, we thank you for the opportunity and the blessing that you've given us to serve your agenda and the American people.
If you'll excuse me, I have to shower now.
Now, you know, it's funny. Yeah. They left out the best one. They cut right before the they cut just before the best one. But don't worry, I got it for you.
People, and we're continuing to work very hard every day to accomplish those goals.
Mr. President, it's an honor to serve as your CIA director.
This is Pompey.
An incredible privilege to lead the men and women who are providing intelligence so that we can do the national security mission. And in the finest tradition of the CIA, I'm not going to say a damn thing in front of the media.
Ha 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 ha. Ha. Information to the people. Fuck the people. Yeah, that was weird. That was a circle jerk, man. That was weird. You know, Rusted in the chat room points out that perhaps Trump can get away without building a wall. Obama got away without shutting down Gitmo and still got reelected. Now, The View continues to attempt to get involved with political discussion, but it really ends up just being a showcase of reverse sexism. Tell me if you notice this.
Because they should do a version of Romeo and Juliet with Trump and Putin.
All right, so this is The View here, and this is Joy. And Joy Behar here makes her first crack. She's looking down at her table there, and she's reading her notes. She's got a series of notes in front of her, including her cell phone. And on there, it's make gay joke about Trump and Putin. Go ahead and check that off.
A version of Romeo and Juliet with Trump and Putin.
Did you write that? What if Hillary had won? And Hillary was doing something with Angela Merkel? Would it be inappropriate for, say, Sean Hannity to make a joke about Hillary Clinton and Angela Merkel fucking? Because something tells me that would be considered extremely inappropriate. But here on The View, Putin and Trump fucking, that's totally fine.
Juliet with Trump and Putin. I would like that. But they do contemporize.
And then she tries to legitimize it. Of course, one of the co-hosts like, oh shit, we just were extremely sexist. Let me try to legitimize this.
Now that I would go to see. I'd like to know how much. First of all, Reince Priebus, it says it's a blessing. It's a blessing. How much self-tanner does he have on his lips?
So is she implying that she's been sucking Trump's dick? Is she implying he's been kissing Trump? Again, it seems like if Hillary Clinton had won and Uma Abedin was in office playing the role of Reince Priebus, it would be considered extremely inappropriate to say that maybe, geez, Uma's face sure smelled like tuna this morning. After that meeting, geez, they went in there and they were all just really sucking up, and man, I think there was the smell of tuna all over Uma's face. I don't think you could make that joke about the United States president, the sitting president who is a woman, the first woman in office. I don't think you could make a joke about her snatch smelling like tuna and that it was all over Uma's face. But yet Joy can make a joke about Reince Priebus sucking Trump's dick and tanning lotion or whatever coming off on his face.
He have on his lips. But I mean, to say it's a blessing and to kiss his butt like that, it's nauseating.
No, you're nauseating, Joy. Sorry. And the double standard is disgusting. Just my personal opinion. You know, I don't always do this in the overtime. In fact, I rarely do this. But after that clip, I got upset. Only one way to solve this problem. That's a little high note. So how about a mini high note right here? Picture this. Tomorrow, instead of waking up and going to work, you get involved in a $500,000 marijuana grow operation.
Following breaking news just into our newsroom, police on the scene of a major marijuana bust on the west side.
But as it turns out, they were originally called out for a completely different reason.
7 Action News reporter Gino Vici is live now with the latest. Gino, what's happening?
Nothing.
Well, something completely different. This is what led to this massive drug bust and investigation.
This being a bunch of actually pretty nice graffiti, which he was standing in front of awkwardly there for a moment.
Initially into graffiti. That led DP to this location on Cloverdale on Detroit's west side. When investigators arrived, they also noticed something else seemed strange. Take a look. Evidence of new electrical hookups and
Bitcoin miners, right? What? No? RVers? What? Oh, pot.
Take a look. Evidence of new electrical hookups and much more than that was originally here. Now, police say they called DTE to investigate. Then they discovered this, one of the most sophisticated grow operations they've seen in a while. We're told the persons responsible had an illegal hookup for water and electricity.
Oh, how dare they?
So the value of this bust is said to be, in terms of plants inside, is said to be about $600,000.
Oh, a little more than I thought. Now, what's funny is it looks like a large garage with a bunch of nice lights and fans. But so apparently you can get $600,000 in plants if you have a large garage that you're not using.
And we're also told DPD has vans inside. They're loading up those plants.
I bet they are.
And they're going to have much more information on this massive bust later on tonight. We're live on Detroit's west side. Gino Vici, 7 Action News.
Yep, that was in Detroit. Detroit for you, everybody. Now, I haven't played Cucker Tuckerson here for a little bit, but he had a guest on that really did not do him very well. He really did not represent himself or his employer very well, but it nevertheless didn't really seem to slow down his career until he got involved with tentacle porn. There's no other way to put it. He got caught looking at tentacle porn.
You remember Kurt Eichenwald. He's the Newsweek reporter who self-immolated on this show about 6 months ago. We'd invited him on to prove his claim that Donald Trump once spent time in a mental hospital, but Eichenwald never did prove it. Instead, he lost control of himself completely, shouting and gesticulating, making weird noises on the set. By the end of the interview, he was sputtering something incomprehensible about the CIA. It was enough to make you feel kind of sorry for Kurt Eichenwald, and actually, no kidding, we did. MSNBC, by contrast, was impressed by his performance. So impressed, they hired him as a contributor. It seemed like a kind of a weird decision at the time. It seems reckless now. Because yesterday, Eichenwald was back on Twitter yelling about his political views. As it happened, he was actually attacking this show. And to prove his point, whatever that was, he tweeted a picture of his home computer. Okay. Within minutes, sharp-eyed internet users noticed that he'd left a tab open.
Now, this is embarrassing. You know, you tweet a picture, and apparently his desktop was in the shot.
The picture, and it was a link to hardcore Japanese cartoon pornography. It exists, and it's every bit as creepy as it sounds. The internet erupted.
Now, that's not so bad. I mean, you know, I don't care what you're into. If you're into tentacle porn, more power to you. The issue was how he handled it.
But Eichenwald had a ready explanation for all this. Here's what he later tweeted. We're quoting. Believe it or not, my kids and I were trying to convince my wife that tentacle porn existed. I tried to find some to show her it was real, but I couldn't find any, and ended up with this. My family reads my Twitter feed so they know this is true, end quote. Well, of course, just another afternoon of surfing the internet for hardcore porn with your kids. Makes sense. Well, it's easy to mock an explanation that absurd, and a lot of America is doing that right now. But let's be honest. For real, this is a troubled man. It doesn't help Kurt Eichenwald to pretend he's okay. He's not okay. He shouldn't be on Twitter. He needs help. His employers obviously know that. They've got Twitter, but they don't care. Because whenever Kurt Eichenwald says something outrageous, just a few months ago, he said every Republican voting to repeal Obamacare ought to have a family member die in agony because, quote, he wanted to see them be tortured. The left responds with glee. Newsweek gets clicks. MSNBC gets viewers. It's awful. They're exploiting him. It's cruel. So to these supposedly serious news organizations, a plea. For real, stop Kurt Eichenwald before he tweets again.
What are you doing, Cucker? Oh, man, that's a weird story, and that's why I love it. I love you, too. Thank you to our patrons, patreon.com/unfilter. And remember, stay woke!
Tomorrow, James Comey's testimony, blockbuster or boring?
Let's get ready to rumble!
What's expected to be blockbuster testimony.
Blockbuster appearance.
And it could be a blockbuster testimony.
For what is sure to be blockbuster testimony.
Blockbuster testimony.
The blockbuster everybody's waiting for. Blockbuster testimony.
I think it's really one of the most explosive moments of the Trump presidency.
Quite explosive. Explosive testimony that really could be explosive.
Explosive moment.
Explosive.
The explosive testimony.
The explosive hearing is set for next Thursday.
The most explosive and dramatic congressional testimony in a generation.
Could be explosive. We just don't know what he's going to say.
It's all crap. It's all crap. All right, Mr. Chase is almost here. He's almost here. I wonder if I have any more for you. Let's see here. Though that seems like a landmine. This one seems like a landmine.
Hello and welcome to A Spirited Debate. I'm Lauren Green. Ontario, Canada, our neighbor to the north, has just passed a law giving the government power to take children away from their families if the parents do not accept the child's chosen gender identity. It basically makes it a form of child abuse. This follows a 2012 law that barred homeschooling families from teaching their children that homosexuality is a sin. Opponents fear these laws have wide-ranging effects on religious freedom. Here to discuss, our Executive Director of Catholics in Alliance for the Common Good, and Christopher Hale, and a Senior Pastor of First Baptist Church and a Fox News contributor, Dr. Robert Jeffress. Welcome to you both.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Dr. Jeffress, I want to get your reaction to this first. A lot of strong reaction on either side of this.
Yeah, look, this shows the hypocrisy of liberalism. You know, liberals are the ones who decry conservatives for not believing in science. And yet, when it comes to this issue of gender, it is the liberals who are denying science. A person's gender is not a matter of feeling, it's a matter of biology. And when you have a child confused about his or her gender, that child ought to be treated with compassion, with counseling. But as the American College of Pediatricians has said, to subject that child to hormonal or even surgical procedures to change his gender, well, that is child abuse. And that's what these Canadians are engaging in. It is pure, unadulterated child abuse.
All right, you've got some strong opinions there. Okay, Christopher, what do you think? What's your reaction?
Well, we have to realize that religious liberty is a critical, crucial, fundamental part of Western democracy, and I'm not sure that the Canadian law here respects that. That being said, I think it's also important for the Christian community, the faith community, to reconsider the question of gender. Sex is a biological reality. Gender is more complicated. So I think it's really important for the church community that we really look at these questions of sexuality and gender again and reconsider again. But this law goes way too far. We shouldn't take away children from their parents because their parents don't conform to this way of life.
Well, Christopher, you know, does gender identity supersede religious beliefs? I mean, is that where we're going?
Well, you know, the job of the state is to protect every individual's liberty, freedom, and equality. I think these questions get more complicated as we go on. For example, if a religious tradition said that we are going to discriminate based on other attributes of a person, their race, their sex, etc., that gets more questionable. And the state does have a right to step in to ensure the equality and freedom of each individual in their country. But these are complicated matters. As a progressive, I want to see Democrats going forward, seeing how we can put forward a progressive agenda while respecting the consciences of each individual in the state and their religious traditions.
And Dr. Jeffress, what do you say?
Lauren, I want our audience to imagine that I go down to the Social Security office and I say, I want my benefits now. They look at my birth certificate and they say, well, you're only 60 years old. I say, well, I feel like I'm 65 and you've got to pay me. I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous. And God's plan for gender is clear in the Bible. God created them male and female. He didn't create them male, female, and question mark. And whenever we go against God's ordained plan, we're going to have chaos. And that's what this gender confusion idea is creating.
Oh, no!
It's creating chaos.
Oh, no!
And again, let me say, people who are confused by their gender, we ought to treat them compassionately, lovingly. We should not allow them to be exploited by secular progressives who have a bigger agenda, and that is to eliminate the God-given distinction between the sexes.
But, Dr. Jeffers, what if people don't believe in biblical faith? Should we be able to just look at science to decide if sexual identity is an objective truth or subjective reality? I mean, if some people don't actually have biblical faith, Dr. Jeffers?
You're right. This is a truth that applies to all people, regardless of what they believe about the Bible. And just as I said, is age a matter of feeling? Who says what age is?
I say.
Age is just a number.
Hello, Mr. Chase.
Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
Let me give you the real answer. People suck at driving. I just want to say that I'm the best driver there is.
Yeah, you are good.
And
I agree. I can confirm, good driver.
And
in fact, there's pretty much nobody else other than myself that I think is as good as you are.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I would return the sentiment. The one thing I don't understand, Chris, maybe you can help clue me in, is how many cars today are sold without turn signals. Because it astounds me how many people don't have that option. And I thought it was mandatory safety equipment, but maybe I'm confused. I don't know.
So did you bring the Sony? Where's the Sony?
Oh,
did you get to test it?
I did.
And can you do HDMI capture for longer than?
I did not test that functionality. Because you know why?
That's the thing.
Oh, I know. You know why? Because I swear to God, I thought I had a mini HDMI to full HDMI adapter.
All right. Well, then I will extend your rental for one more week, so because I really do want to know that.
Yeah. However,
I do want it back because now Hadia's like, "Where's the camera?"
Oh, the overheating part is true and real.
Oh,
and
I know.
It's a bitch.
Yeah, I know.
However,
but really, like when I'm vlogging, I never have a clip more than like a minute 30, unless it's a time lapse.
I was shooting some 4K pinball video on Saturday. And by the way, it looks great.
Yeah,
I mean, it is pretty.
It's like, as far as like just a point and shoot that fits in your pocket that you can vlog with to do 4K, it's great.
Yeah. I fully agree.
I've been recording the vlog on that and on my drone in 4K now for a few months.
Yeah.
So I like it, but it's sort of like it's sort of like an intermediary until I'm kind of wondering if maybe the GH5 isn't the way to go.
See, the problem with the GH5 is it's much bigger. It's huge.
Yeah, I know. I've always been. That's always been my way, though. I've always
liked it bigger.
I've always gone bigger when up against the wall like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So chat room, you're gonna have to bang suggest. You want to see my new? You want to see my new overtime intro, Chase?
You have an overtime intro now?
Mm-hmm. I made it today. It's special. You ready for it?
Well, you are special, buddy.
Warning, life support failure on all decks. Abandoned ship.
For the
Level
overtime.
9 authorization required.
And that's where I plug the Patreon right here while nobody's talking.
Ah, yes.
Security authorization accepted.
And then I found little Maxine Waters here. Which I think is pretty great. I got a little Stay Woke from Maxine Waters. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's lock it in. Strap it in. Here it comes.
Chat room, please bang suggest as we go. It is the Unfilter Show. It is episode 240.
Oh, by the way, Android Wear 2.0.
Oh, yeah?
I like it a lot.
Yeah?
Much better.
Nice. Good.
And I just upgraded to my room smart home. I got an Alexa Pocky Puck.
Oh, yeah?
And
Cool.
Some, I decided to go LifeX.
Dude, look at you.
With the bulbs.
Good call. LifeX, I think, is a good call.
Yeah.
I like Hughes. They're great, but the LifeX, you just can't beat.
Well,
can't beat
the
it.
brightness level, the wattage.
There's that, but there's also the fact you don't have to have a hub.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Unfiltered 240, and it begins on 3 to 2. Thank you, Murphy. Yeah, see, Murphy recognizes it. It's a little shout out because of all the Star Trek references from us Stoked fans. All right, here we go. In 3, in 2. This is Unfiltered, episode 240 for June 14th, 2017.
Mr. Comey said that there were matters with respect to the recusal that were problematic and he couldn't talk about them. What are they?
Why don't you tell me? There are none, Senator Wyden. There are none. I can tell you that for absolute certainty.
Yes, here we are, you guys, once again for another edition of Unfiltered, Jupiter Broadcasting's weekly show about the news that unfortunately you shouldn't be watching, but, you know, we've been so overwhelmed with special reports and breaking news and wall-to-wall coverage. Oh, my word. My name is Chase. There's Chris. Chris.
Hey, buddy.
So, as your listeners, my listeners, all our listeners know, I work at a television station, and, man, we were wall-to-wall today.
Oh, boy.
With the shooting, which I know we'll probably talk about. Also, wall-to-wall for the Jeff Sessions hearing.
Yep.
And our sales department hates it. Hates it. You know why?
Because you can't sell ads against it?
Well, there's no breaks. There's no commercials.
Yep.
And guess what happens?
Nobody makes money.
Nobody makes money.
God, it sucks when news is breaking.
It sucks when we're actually covering, I don't know, news, right?
Patreon.com/ABC News. No, I'm just kidding.
Just pour one out for ABC. But no, I mean, that's honestly, this is one of those things where I actually give mainstream media a big, where's my bell here? A big bell. And the reason.
Oh, hold on. Let me get my bell, too. Hold on. Wait for it. Hold on. I got to Scott, I feel like I should stretch.
Chris, this is analog control.
I'm just going to stretch. Hold on.
It's amazing.
There it is.
There you go. Yeah, it's amazing. It doesn't take batteries.
Yeah, actually, your button's starting to go out,
though.
Yeah,
my button's out there. No,
I guess we banged it
This
too
is
many
where
times.
I'll leave that one alone. The reason why I like it, I give them props, is because while, yes, it is a huge story, and while, yes, everybody likes to gloat it up and, you know, put their spin on it.
It's a blockbuster.
You can't spin live video. It's happening. It's right in front of you. The viewer makes a determination on his or her own what is going on. And for these big companies to say, you know what, we're going to go wall to wall. We're going to let you guys decide and spend it. If you just tuned in to watch the presentation and at the end you turned it off, double plus one for you.
Now,
I think that's a good thing.
I've been watching, you know, all of this stuff, and we're gonna get we're gonna get into the Jeff Sessions stuff. We'll also revisit just super briefly the Comey testimony. There's one nugget it's this guy that used to work for the government.
Okay.
There was something that we couldn't fit in last week that I want to go back and touch on this week.
Okay.
Then we'll do the Sessions stuff.
Okay.
Then we're gonna do a little world news, and there's something I want to adapt our cyber coverage. So, Chase, you know the legacy of our cyber coverage. It was when Edward Snowden dropped the first batch of leaks. We created a segment in the show to cover them every single week because it was just a constant trickle.
Oh, yeah.
It was just like how the Clinton emails were trickled, just the same thing. It's how they do it these days.
Yeah.
And now we've adapted the cyber segment over the years to cover outlandish hacking stories or security things or just hype in the media. Well, I want to this is just a test trial, I want to start including this bullshit in the UK where their PM and others are trying to crack down on the internet, destroy internet safe spaces.
We need to regulate it, Chris.
Right. I want to
keep the kids safe.
I want to start integrating that coverage into the cyber segment because I think this is something we have to stay on top of every single week. I think this is massively important, and I want to start right there.
British Prime Minister Theresa May visited the French President Emmanuel Macron on Tuesday. One of her primary goals was to garner support for new online security measures.
We're launching a joint UK-French campaign.
Oh, man, it just makes me sick in my stomach right there. Makes me sick in my stomach right there.
To ensure that the internet cannot be used as a safe space.
Which means encryption.
For terrorists and criminals.
Which means for everyone, because you take it away from one group, you take it away from all.
We will lead joint work with the tech companies on
the tech companies, Chase. And, you know, as an open source advocate and Linux user, I am freaked the F out what this means for open source because open source isn't a company. They're not unique to a single country. They're worldwide projects with contributors from every single country. And how can they possibly follow a rule like this?
This vital agenda, including working with them to develop tools to identify and remove harmful material automatically.
Oh, so
Chris,
fake news. Remove fake news automatically.
I don't know if you realize this, Chris, but to protect our freedoms and the freedoms of the UK and France citizens, we need to take those freedoms away.
Yeah, well, if you don't have them, then you can't have them taken.
Fair enough,
right?
I agree with that.
Safe, man. It's safe.
UK-French campaign to ensure that the internet cannot be used as a safe space for terrorists and criminals. We will lead joint work with the tech companies on
this vital
agenda, including working with them to develop tools to identify and remove harmful material.
And the value of this is negative.
Automatically.
Oh,
Crucially, our campaign will also
by the way, we
include...
also need to protect the kids,
right?
Because of all the online predators that are out there trying to pluck them and steal them from the streets.
And
so.
ISIS.
I think you
ISIL,
mean Daesh.
And exploring creating a legal liability for tech companies if they fail to take the necessary action to remove unacceptable content.
So there will be a punishment for tech companies if you fail to take the necessary action.
Yeah.
The surveillance legislation being promoted by May has been criticized as being draconian. RT's Anastasia Churkina filed this report from London.
She may have fallen short in the election, but reaching far and wide and regulating the internet is still on the agenda.
Some people say that it is not for government to regulate when it comes to technology and the internet. We disagree.
That's in the Conservative Party manifesto, the document that's meant to be the roadmap for Theresa May's government. And here is the British Prime Minister not saying the Chinese model is the worst idea when it comes to handling the internet.
Why not simply take down the rogue internet companies China has done?
I think what we need to do is see how we can regulate.
Would you rule out Chinese-style cyberblock action?
Let's work with the companies.
Remember China, the place the UK press loves to hate as the place where internet freedom goes to die? So would the British media soon have to replace the word China to UK in these headlines?
I will look at giving more powers to the police and the security service, longer sentences for terrorist-related offences, ensuring there's no safe space online for terrorists, and dealing with extremism online as well.
What we've seen throughout the last 15 years since 2001 is the pretext of terrorism used to develop what is now the most intrusive surveillance apparatus of any democracy on the planet in the UK. What we've seen in terms of legislation is essentially just creating a legal pretext for what they've already been doing already.
Just like we saw here in the U.S. That happened de facto later on down the road. Now, I want to shift gears for a moment. We'll keep watching that story as it develops, but right now it's a lot of political talking points, I guess.
Yeah.
I want to circle back, though, to Reality Winner. This is a hell of a story.
I'm sorry, what game show are we talking
about?
Sarah?
Yes.
Is that the game show?
Sierra Winner.
Oh, that winner. Sorry. Just having some.
So there are some people online claiming that the reason that she leaked to The Intercept was to reach Glenn Greenwald and convince him that there was some amount of Russia meddling, quote unquote. Ooh. Of course, Glenn has released a statement, I guess, refuting that. I've linked it in the show notes. She's also supposedly at some point made a claim that she wanted to blow up the White House. So there's a lot of interesting things coming out about Reality Winner, and I want to play this report for you.
Government contractor Reality Winner appeared in court Thursday. She's charged with illegally retaining and transmitting national defense information. The 25-year-old is accused of copying an intelligence report and sending it to the online publication The Intercept. David Begnaud has the latest.
Reality Winner was poised and polite as she stood before the federal magistrate here in Augusta, Georgia, telling him she understood everything he was saying. She was allowed to sit alongside her paid defense attorneys. The marshals took off her handcuffs, but they left her shackled at the ankles. Her mother and stepfather were in court listening as the federal prosecutor took to the podium and said, "We have information which has not been released yet, and it is both concerning and very disturbing."
Now, that information was that she at some point had expressed an interest in blowing up the White House. That was the disturbing information. But the judge gave a bunch of other reasons, too. In fact, it was kind of odd. Initially, there was several possibilities tossed out why we should deny bail, and then they settled on the White House story.
And then the prosecutor went on to say this. They allege that Reality Winner, while she was serving in the Air Force several years ago, plugged a thumb drive into a classified computer and presumably downloaded information.
What? Now, how would they
Wait. What?
So that if they knew if they have an auditing system capable of tracking when USB devices were connected to, say, a Windows XP, Windows 7, or Windows 10 or 8 terminal, then they would have known at the time that that happened and did nothing about it.
The question is, where is that thumb drive? And in denying her bail today, the judge said he's very concerned about where that thumb drive is and what's on it. The judge also said he was concerned by evidence presented by the prosecution that Reality Winner has a fascination with the Middle East and Islamic terrorism. And the judge said that, in part, was one reason he did not want to grant her bail or even give her the chance.
And I want to stop here. This is where we begin to build the boogeyman story. She was a specialist in the Middle East for her job. She got paid money to learn more about them, and the more she learned and the more languages that she could speak, the more money she got paid. But now we can use this against her to build a story of what a radical she was becoming.
A fascination with the Middle East and Islamic terrorism. And the judge said that, in part, was one reason he did not want to grant her bail or even give her the chance to put up money. Reality Winner's mother and stepfather took to the stand today and testified that they would put up whatever money and property was needed to help secure her bail before she presumably went to trial. Her parents talked about her being an A student, never giving them any problems. But the parents apparently said they hadn't heard other information released by the government, such as Reality Winner was using multiple cell phones, according to the government, with different SIM cards that would all but prevent the government from tracing her calls and information. The government also said that they have evidence that she was using special online tools to access the dark web, making it nearly impossible to trace what she was doing.
The dark web, Chase. The dark frickin' web, dude.
Yeah.
That's no good. Yeah, so she's made her first
Tor
court
browsers.
appearance, and they said, no bail for you. I'm watching this story. There's something more to it. There's something about it. It feels different than Manning. It feels different than Snowden.
I don't know. It feels like it's almost too perfect of a package. If that makes any sense at all.
The timing of it all, the intercepts leak.
Yeah.
All of it. And then now Greenwald and Jeremy Shahill are really in the shit about this whole thing, and they're getting super defensive. There's like a lot of awkward behind the scenes. There's people in the journalism business are jumping on this opportunity to say that the Intercept is doomed, that they should just pack it up. Like there's like, yeah, man, people are out for blood right now with the Intercept. It's funny. And I don't really think any of that's necessarily true, although it does seem like they did potentially really screw this thing up. They might have they potentially leaked information either mistakenly or by accident that led to a source getting arrested immediately. And you got to wonder if there is going to be some kind of fallout from that. Like maybe they're not going to get people leaking to them in the future. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
it seems like there's going to be some sort of fallout for the Intercept, because this was sort of their thing. Is you can come to us and we'll report on it, and we won't reveal our sources. And then in the case of Reality Winner, dude, they like basically advertised to the FBI who their source was, and she didn't help herself either.
No, and that's where I really think that while they're trying to set this up as trying to make a example of the whole leaking situation.
It seems maybe like that could be what's going on.
That it just feels too perfect of a package. Like we trace the printout of the pieces of paper. We know the crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Oh, case closed, denying bail. It's all good to go.
Yeah,
it's like something. There's a connecting dot here.
And she was mentioned in some of the hearings.
Right.
You know, we're already cracking down on leakers, and they kind of implied her.
Right.
So let's go back to these hearings. There was something that came out in the Comey hearings last week. So much was happening that we couldn't fit it all in, that I think it's really important that we talk about something that the the fired director of the FBI, James Comey, said in his testimony. Yeah.
Again, so the American people can understand this, that report by the New York Times was not true. Is that a fair statement?
Now, this report by the New York Times is about Trump campaign collusion, but in general, it just goes to the whole topic of the Russia coverage eventually.
Yeah, in the main, it was not true.
You know, in the main, Chase.
In the main. And again, all of you know this, maybe the American people don't.
No, of course they don't, because we don't get classified briefings.
The challenge, and I'm not picking on reporters about...
Yeah, he's not picking on reporters.
When you say the line, I don't mean to be rude, I don't mean to pick on, I don't mean to do, the next thing you do is exactly what you said you wouldn't do. So, yes, you do mean to do that, Mr. Comey.
You know this, maybe the American people don't. The challenge, and I'm not picking on reporters, about writing stories about classified information is the people talking about it often don't really know what's going on, and those of us who actually know what's going on are not talking about it. And we don't call the press to say, hey, you got that thing wrong about this sensitive topic. We just have to leave it there. I mentioned to the chairman the nonsense around what influenced me to make the July 5th statement. Nonsense, but I can't go explaining how it's nonsense.
Thank you.
There have been news accounts about the Russia investigation, about collusion, about this whole event
or accusations that, as you read the story, you were stunned about how wrong they got the facts?
Yes, there have been many, many stories purportedly based on classified information about lots of stuff, but especially about Russia, that are just dead wrong.
Dead wrong.
Dead wrong.
Dead wrong, Chase.
Yeah. So no argument. Case closed. Let's we're good.
Let's not worry about that.
Yeah.
Let's continue reporting on anonymous sources who are telling
Right.
us bullcrap. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Then there was another aspect of his testimony that struck me at the time, but then nobody really made a big deal about it, and I thought maybe I misunderstood. And that was the fact that Comey himself admitted to being a leaker.
More fallout after Thursday's testimony where the fired FBI director insisted memos documenting conversations with the president were his.
You consider it to be somehow your own personal document that you could share with the media as you wanted to?
I understood this to be my recollection recorded of my conversation with the president. As a private citizen, I felt free to share that.
But former agents say this FBI employment agreement bars the disclosure of records or raw data gathered on the job, regardless of classification. And it applies to everyone, even senior leadership.
I think that there probably could be a violation there. Whether it's something anyone would do anything about in this context, I find hard to believe.
Comey revealed using his friend to leak under questioning from Senator Susan Collins. Later on Fox, she disputed his claim that he was free to share his memo.
Mr. Comey was writing in his private journal. They are FBI documents and thus government work product. They are not his private papers.
What do you think about this? So he has these memos that he's been writing in case something happens, and then he saves them, and then he gives them to a friend, a liberal professor, who then leaks them to the media.
I'm confused about it.
That seems...
He's a private citizen, right?
Yeah, he's a private citizen at the
So
time.
at that point, he can do it all as one. I think his excuse was like he didn't want to be magnified glass by the press, like stalking him and all that fun stuff.
He had three excuses. So that was one of them. That was one. Second excuse was that he wanted to force the hand of a special prosecutor, and third excuse was that he wanted to get his version out in the quote unquote public square. End quote. Okay. And I don't disagree with any of those motivations. What gives me pause, then that means that when he wrote the memos, he wrote them in a way with the intention of possibly using them against Trump to begin with.
True, yeah.
And it sort of is counter to his the most honest guy in D.C. brand.
I mean, I know...
Because as soon as he's not... official or not official, you shouldn't be leaking. Like if you are a person of strong moral compass and you believe in the strong legal framework of our country and the framework of government, then how the hell do you literally the first thing you do after you get fired is you start leaking?
Well,
I don't think that's the first time this man's leaked.
Well, that's possible. I won't say no on that. I will say though that. And I always try to put myself in other people's shoes from time to time. And, he's a tall guy, so I think I could do it.
Yep.
And if I was in his shoes and I just got fired by the president
and shit on,
I don't know. I might be doing stuff that's a little rash. Now, granted, I still feel it weird that he just didn't do it himself. Maybe the reason why he didn't do it himself because he was trying to, I don't know.
It seems calculated. It seems like he
very calculated.
He calculated how to write these memos, what he can put in them, so that that way they could be released later and they wouldn't be considered confidential.
Yeah,
that seems pretty calculated.
Yeah.
Papers.
Because Comey passed information through a third party, he said for a variety of reasons. Another Republican questioned whether there is a pattern.
If he's so good at leaking, was he doing that all along as head of the FBI? There's a lot of leaks coming out of the intelligence community, and not all of them are very benign. They did not personally leak the information, but they gave it to a friend to leak it.
Yeah. That could be a possibility. Let's come back on that. Let's keep moving forward, though, because I want to talk about, instead of Comey's testimony, I want to talk about Sessions, because that was yesterday. And Jeff Sessions supposedly asked for a public testimony. And he started with a written statement, and he started strong. And he called the accusations of collusion a detestable lie in his opening statement.
Further, I have no knowledge of any such conversations by anyone connected to the Trump campaign. I was your colleague in this body for 20 years, at least some of you, and and the suggestion that I participated in any collusion.
Now, what did he say there? Because it sounded like he started to say It sounded like you started
obstructing,
and the suggestion that I participated in any collusion, that I was aware of any collusion with the Russian government to hurt this country, which I have served with honor for 35 years.
He gets a little passionate there.
Gets a little mad there.
Or to undermine the integrity of our democratic process is an appalling and detestable lie. Relatedly, there is the assertion.
Now I want to stop here. So this is an opening statement that he's written, and that you can actually see the print.
Yeah, it's 36 times New Roman, right?
It's kind of ridiculous.
It's huge.
It's huge print, and he still managed to kind of get a couple parts of it wrong. Oh, Jeff Sessions, you are a monster, but we'll talk about more of that later. And I thought this was a hearing that was riddled with one particular problem. Anytime a question came around that involved any conversation that Sessions had between himself and Trump, Sessions wouldn't comment on it. And this came up over and over again. I'm sorry, I can't talk about that. That involves communications between myself and the president. Anything verbal, I can't talk about. Anything verbal. And I thought this exchange sort of epitomized the issue completely.
Attorney General Sessions, has the president ever expressed his frustration to you regarding your decision to recuse yourself?
Senator Heinrich, I'm not able to share with this committee private communications.
Because you're invoking executive privilege.
And this, by the way, is well into the hearing. And
yeah, I actually watched this live. I was waiting.
Like, is somebody going to ask, like, what privilege is he using to not have to answer these questions?
Oh, Chris, it's just a rule.
With this committee, private communications.
Because you're invoking executive privilege.
I'm not able to invoke executive privilege. President's prerogative.
Well, my understanding is that you took an oath. You raised your right hand here today, and you said that you would solemnly swear.
This is called the Henrich maneuver.
To tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And now you're not answering questions. You're impeding this investigation. So
that's charged language.
My understanding of the legal standard is that you either answer the question. That's the best outcome. You say, this is classified. Can't answer it here. I'll answer it in closed session. That's bucket number 2. Bucket number 3 is to say, I'm invoking executive privilege. There is no appropriateness bucket. It is not a legal standard. Can you tell me what are these long-standing DOJ rules that protect conversations made in the executive without invoking executive privilege?
Senator, I'm protecting the president's constitutional right by not giving it away.
So his argument is, well, in case Trump wants to invoke executive privilege, I have to protect it.
Before he has a chance to review it. And secondly, I am telling the truth.
Now, there is something you have to give this guy a credit for. Are you
talking about Heinrich or Sessions?
Sessions, because I do not like Jeff Sessions.
I thought you loved this guy.
But there's something to keep in perspective. Compared to Obama's Attorney General, this guy is more than forthcoming. This guy is the Holder was held in contempt of Congress. I don't know if you guys recall this, but he was such a son of a bitch when it came to answering questions. He refused to hand over papers, and he was held in contempt. So while we all get to make fun of Jeff Sessions for not recalling things, and we all like to give him a hard time for not speaking because of long-standing policy,
right?
We accepted the same answer from Eric Holder.
In answering your question, in saying it's a long-standing policy of the Department of Justice,
are those
not
policies
to comment,
written?
Even and to make sure the president has full opportunity to.
It's a bullshit answer, and essentially what they're doing, and I think they know this, is they're using the Eric Holder excuse.
Yeah, but then they go after Eric Holder though for contempt.
Nothing happened. Nothing became.
But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that initially, didn't they go after him?
Some Republicans did try to go after him.
Right. I honestly
Democrats, though, were good with it. Just like now the Republicans are good with it and the Democrats are against it.
I'm just saying, though, it's happened both ways. I'm not just saying it, they didn't just let him off.
Either way, it prevents getting good answers. That's the truth.
Yeah.
And, people did call him out for essentially stonewalling, like your good buddy,
my friend,
Wyden.
I believe the American people have had it with stonewalling.
Americans don't want to hear that answers to relevant questions are privileged and off limits, or that they can't be provided in public, or that it would be, quote, inappropriate for witnesses to tell us what they know.
Now, I lost a small amount of respect for Ron here because having listened to all of this,
right.
When Ron came on, it immediately felt like, because I didn't instantly recognize his voice, but what I instantly recognized is, oh, somebody's giving a performance for the camera.
Oh, yeah.
And so I lost a little, because that's essentially what he's doing here to a degree. He's saying, really, if you think about it, obvious shit. The American people don't like it when you don't give answers. Well, no shit, Sherlock. No shit. That's why you don't do this stuff in a public setting. If you want the secret answers, you have to do it in a private session. But doing this in the public allows you to cry obstruction of justice, intentionally, premeditated. I'm not trying to defend Jeff Sessions not answering questions. I think it's bullshit. I also think it was extreme dangerous bullshit when Eric Holder did it for much more important reasons. I don't like it either time. But this is showboating. This is, I know this is being broadcasted live on television around the nation, and this comes across as showboating, especially after you listen to a lot of other senators. It's not quite as impactful because you're not listening to the whole 2 hour and 40-minute testimony. But when Ron comes on, and Tom Cotton, on the other side of the aisle, when he comes on, it's an obvious performance happening.
Be provided in public, or that it would be, quote, inappropriate for witnesses to tell us what they know. We are talking about an attack on our democratic institutions, and stonewalling of any kind is unacceptable. And General Sessions has acknowledged that there is no legal basis for this stonewalling. So now to questions. Last Thursday,
just a statement, no question in that.
I asked former Director Comey about the FBI's interactions with you, General Sessions, prior to your stepping aside from the Russian investigation. Mr. Comey said that your continued engagement with the Russian investigation was, quote, problematic, and he, Mr. Comey, could not discuss it in public. Mr. Comey also said that FBI personnel had been calling for you to step aside from the investigation at least 2 weeks before you finally did so. Now, in your prepared statement, you stated you received only, quote, limited information necessary to inform your recusal decision. But given Director Comey's statement, we need to know what that was. Were you aware of any concerns at the FBI or elsewhere in government about your contacts with the Russians or any other matters relevant to whether you should step aside from the Russian investigation?
Now, Sessions was pretty even-keeled for almost all of his testimony until it got to this stuff.
Senator Wyden, I am not stonewalling. I am following the historic policies of the Department of Justice. You don't walk into any hearing or committee meeting and reveal confidential communications with the President of the United States, who's entitled to receive confidential communications in your best judgment about a host of issues. And
he doesn't really answer his question. He's not answering the question, but he was slightly triggered by the stonewalling thing.
Well, he's saying it's not stonewalling because I'm protecting the president's.
But you know what, Ron Wyden? Ron Wyden says, "But dude, you're not answering my question."
General Sessions, respectfully, you're not answering the question.
Well, what is the question?
So the tension rises a bit here.
Just a notch.
And this was a moment that really stood out to me. And I want you to keep in mind the previous clips we played where I said maybe Comey's a leaker.
Question is, Mr. Comey said that there were matters with respect to the recusal that were problematic and he couldn't talk about them. What are they?
Why don't you tell me? There are none, Senator Wyden.
Ooh,
there are none.
Fired up.
I can tell you that for absolute certainty. This is a secret innuendo being leaked out there about me.
Now, this is something that he is genuinely fired up about all of a sudden. When it comes to leaks and innuendos and political sabotage via selective leaks, this has him pissed.
This is a secret innuendo being leaked out there about me, and I don't appreciate it. and I've tried to give my best and truthful answers to any committee I've appeared before, and it's really people are suggesting through innuendo that I have been not honest about matters. And
now the subtext, the context around this conversation is after a private session meeting with Comey, it was immediately leaked. As people are walking out from the testimony, the private session testimony, it leaked that James Comey had concerns about his recusal. Now, after hearing this testimony, I don't really have any particular concerns around the recusal itself, but Senator Harris wanted to know more about this quote-unquote rule or quote-unquote policy that allows Sessions to recuse himself from answering.
Referred to a longstanding DOJ policy. Can you tell us what policy it is you're talking about?
Well, I think most cabinet people, as the witnesses you had before you earlier, those individuals declined to comment because we're all about conversations with the president.
Sir, I'm just asking you about the DOJ policy you referred to.
Policy that goes beyond just the Attorney General.
Is that policy in writing somewhere?
I think so.
Oh my God!
You know what I love about both Sessions and Trump?
Yeah.
Neither one of them, I think, have a moment of attention. So they're just bullet point people in conversations. Don't even bother showing them the piece of paper.
General.
Is that policy in writing somewhere?
I think so.
So did you not consult it before you came before this committee, knowing we would ask you questions about it?
That's a good question. Because, you just said it like 50 times.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe you read...
At least she's doing real short, cut to the chase questions.
Cut to the what?
No,
We talked about it. The policy is
Did you ask that it would be shown to you?
The policy is based on the principle that the president...
Sir, I'm not asking about the principle. I'm asking when you
Well, I'm
knew that you
unable
would be
to
asked
answer the
these
question.
questions and you would rely on that policy. Did you not ask your staff to show you the
They
policy?
start roping her in. You hear the guy...
And, and she's been shut down before.
Yeah, last. Well, she does this. I mean...
But her question is not out of bounds.
See, the thing is you have to remember that they often already know the answers. This is a performance. It's just a performance for the other side. But yes, I agree. Her question is not out of bounds. It's good questioning.
These questions and you would rely on that policy. Did you not ask your staff to show you the policy that would be the basis for you refusing to answer the majority of questions that have been asked of you?
Should be allowed to answer the question.
Senators will allow the chair to control the hearing. Senator Harris, let him answer.
Please do. Thank you.
We talked about it, and we talked about the real principle that's at stake.
So then he tries to run the clock out. He's not great at it. There's others that are better at running the clock out. But there was a moment that was humanizing. I don't know how to put this. It's funny how these testimonies do humanize these people a bit. The people asking the questions, not so much, but the people getting asked questions, you can't help but see some of their natural quirks come out or some of their less graceful moments.
So I need to be correct as best I can.
I do want you to be honest.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
When I saw that, I was just like, what?
Yeah, it makes him nervous, dude.
I'm nervous because I don't want to mess up what I'm going to say.
All right, so I want to make sure we talk about some of the substance of the testimony. So that was some of the shenanigans, but let's talk about the substance. And what really is going to have ripple effects out of this is some of the testimony around Comey's firing. And Sessions was clear that he was on board with firing Comey regardless of the Russia investigation.
The scope of my recusal, however, does not and cannot interfere with my ability to oversee the Department of Justice, including the FBI, which has an $8 billion budget and 35,000 employees. I presented to the President my concerns and those of Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein about the ongoing leadership issues at the FBI.
So the recommendation that was sent to Trump to fire Comey came from Rosenstein, and Sessions, quote-unquote, just adopted the memo.
As stated in my letter recommending the removal of Mr. Comey, along with the Deputy Attorney General's memorandum on that issue, which have been released publicly by the White House Those represent a clear statement of my views.
Now, what was his views? What was the issue? What were they concerned about Comey's performance? I think right here, Jeff Sessions implies that Comey was a leaker, and he got fired for it.
To lead the great men and women of the FBI. Do you really believe that this had to do with Director Comey's performance with the men and women of the FBI?
There was a clear view of mine and of Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein as he set out at some length in his memoranda, which I adopted and sent forward to the president, that we had problems there, and it was my best judgment that a fresh start at the FBI was the appropriate thing to do.
Now listen to the nuances, because this has been cut off almost everywhere else, right there.
And when I said that to the president, it's something I had adhered to. Deputy Rosenstein's letter dealt with a number of things. When Mr. Comey declined the Clinton prosecution,
This was a moment when it happened. I thought I misunderstood what had happened. I didn't think it was the role of the FBI director to choose who would be prosecuted or not. In my view of the way the government works, that would have gone to the Justice Department. The FBI does the investigation, they make their recommendation, they provide the facts and the evidence, and then the Justice Department makes a decision about prosecution. But in the case of the Clinton investigation, Comey made the decision.
Decline the Clinton prosecution, that was really a usurpation of the authority of the federal prosecutors in the Department of Justice. It was a stunning development.
I completely agree, and I thought at the time that I just misunderstood.
The FBI is the investigative team. They don't decide prosecution policies. And so that was a thunderous thing. He also commented at some length on the declination of the Clinton prosecution.
This is also something that was shocking, and one of the reasons that it led to a massive controversy about Comey's decision is he held a press conference to condemn the guilty and then turned out to be innocent. This isn't how it works. When you pronounce somebody innocent, you don't generally outline all of the horrible things they did. By the way, they're innocent, but they also have poor judgment. They weren't safe. They did these horrible things. This isn't standard operating procedure, especially for the director of the FBI. If you announce that somebody's innocent, the Justice Department says, okay, there's no case here. They don't then just release all of the shit they have on somebody.
Right.
That's not something that normally happens. And you normally do that when they are guilty. But when Comey decided to announce that she was innocent, he still, for 13 minutes, outlined all of the horrible decisions she had made.
And at some length on the declination of the Clinton prosecution, which you should not normally, and you shouldn't do. Policies have been historic. If you decline, and you don't talk about it. There were other things that had happened that indicated to me a lack of discipline.
Other things that had happened that indicated to me a lack of discipline. Now, this is a public hearing. There are things that everybody in these seats knows about that we don't know about that have been disclosed in private sessions. When he says there are other things that happened that indicated a lack of discipline.
That had happened that indicated to me a lack of discipline.
I think that might very well mean, now this is of course me assuming here, but this might very well mean that James Comey was one of the leakers. The lack of discipline, either he didn't leak himself, maybe directly, but friends did of James Comey.
The only problem with that I have with that train of thought, though, is, and it's also in the testimony, I don't know if we have a clip on it or not, one of the senators asked him, so, did you ever talk with Director Comey about his behavior and about, the policies and things?
Here's the
conversations never happened.
Here's the bookend to my thought. They were all on board with him leaking as long as he also leaked that Trump himself wasn't under investigation. But Comey wouldn't leak that part. And I think what pissed Trump off is that Comey would leak some things and not leak other things. He would leak the damning things, but not the beneficial things. And so that was truly what pissed Trump off. And So now Sessions can sit here and say, well, the FBI director needs to set a good example, and we can't have the FBI director gossiping to the media.
Had happened that indicated to me a lack of discipline, and it caused controversy on both sides of the aisle. And I had come to the conclusion that a fresh start was appropriate and did not mind putting that in writing.
But here's the thing, a fresh start is needed, fine. Because of those situations, fine. But it's all about timing. And timing and optics. And if this was something that was so strong and that a, quote, fresh start was needed.
Unless Comey is playing into the Russia hype by doing selective leaks and not leaking other things, that he's sort of making it worse and worse.
It's a good theory.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Who knows? It's possible. It's possible that he only leaked after he was fired. But we do know he leaked at some point.
Right.
The former FBI director, which is sort of amazing. And just it sort of really encapsulates what 2017 has all been about. There was an exchange back and forth. Again, this is another performance. I'm not a big fan of Tom Cotton either. But and I left the beginning of his setup because he didn't think his mic was on. So he goes into his script. Because this is his moment in front of the nation. So he goes into his script. Oh, well, fuck, my mic's not on. Oh, there we go. Now let me set it up again. And if this doesn't perfectly illustrate what a little dance show it is, I don't know what will.
Well, I am on this side of the dais, so I can say a very simple question that should be asked.
Oh, what's going on here?
Is this on?
That should be asked.
This is really important. This is my moment. I want to make sure everybody hears this.
Hello? Are you listening to me?
I am on this side of the dais. So a very simple question that should be asked is, did Donald Trump or any of his associates in the campaign collude with Russia in hacking those emails and releasing them to the public? That's where we started 6 months ago. We have now heard from 6 of the 8 Democrats on this committee, and to my knowledge, I don't think a single one of them asked that question. They've gone down lots of other rabbit trails, but not that question. Maybe that is because Jim Comey said last week, as he said to Donald Trump, that on 3 times he assured him he was not under investigation. Maybe it's because multiple Democrats on this committee have stated they have seen no evidence thus far after 6 months of our investigation and 10 months or 11 months of an FBI investigation of any such collusion. I would just suggest, what do we think happened at the Mayflower?
So this Mayflower Hotel is where the supposed collusion between Jeff Sessions and the Russians happened, and it's weak. So Jeff Sessions goes to this public event, and there is a VIP lounge where everybody's in there shaking hands, and there was a Russian in there, and Jeff was in there. And so who knows what happened?
Mr. Sessions, are you familiar with what spies called tradecraft?
A little bit.
That involves things like covert communications and dead drops and brush passes, right?
That is part of it.
Do you like spy fiction? John le Carré?
What?
Daniel Silva? Jason Matthews?
Do you like Gladiator movies?
Alan first. David Ignatius. Just finished Ignatius's book.
Do you like Jason Bourne or James Bond movies?
No. Yes. I do.
Have you ever, in any of these fantastical situations, heard of a plot line so ridiculous that a sitting United States senator and an ambassador of a foreign government colluded at an open setting with hundreds of other people to pull off the greatest caper in the history of espionage?
Thank you for saying that, Senator Cotton. It's just like through the looking glass. I mean, what is this? I explained how, in good faith, I said I had not met with Russians because they were suggesting I, as a surrogate, had been meeting continuously with Russians. I said I didn't meet with them. And now the next thing you know, I'm accused of some reception, plotting some sort of influence campaign for the American election. It's just beyond my capability to understand, and I really appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the opportunity at least to be able to say publicly, I didn't participate in that and know nothing about it.
And I gather that's one reason why you want to testify today in public. Last week, Mr. Comey, in characteristic dramatic and theatrical fashion, alluded ominously to what you called innuendo, that there was some kind of classified intelligence that suggested you might have colluded with Russia or that you might have otherwise acted improperly. You've addressed those allegations here today. Do you understand why he made that allusion?
Actually, I do not. Nobody's provided me any information.
Thank you. My time is limited. I have a lot of questions. Mr. Blunt asked you if you had spoken in response to Mr. Comey's statement to you after his private meeting with the president on February 14th or February 15th. You said that you did respond to Mr. Comey. Mr. Comey's testimony said that you did not.
This was interesting.
Do you know why Mr. Comey would have said
This is the biggest gap between his testimony and Comey's.
that you did not? Do you know why Mr. Comey would have said that you did not respond to him on that conversation with you on February 14th or 15th?
I do not. It was a little conversation, not very long, but there was a conversation, and I did respond to him, perhaps not to everything he asked, but I did respond to him, I think in an appropriate way.
Oh.
Do you know why Mr. Comey mistrusted President Trump from their first meeting on January 6th? He stated last week that he did, but he didn't state anything from that meeting that caused him to have such mistrust, to believe it.
I'm not able to speculate on that.
Let's turn to the potential crimes that we know have happened, leaks of certain information.
I'm going to stop there. But I thought that exchange was, I thought Cotton had a good exchange. I'm not a big Cotton fan. Not a big Cotton fan.
But it was good. It was all right.
There was also some questions about if Trump had the power to fire Mueller, if Trump had any confidence in Special Investigator Mueller. Well, as we record the show, there's a bit of breaking news around Mueller and who he wants to talk to soon.
Oh.
The Washington Post is now reporting that the special counsel, Robert Mueller, is investigating President Trump for possible obstruction of justice. A major story in the Washington Post. Evan Perez, you're still with us. Washington Post saying the special counsel investigation, interviewing as early as this week 3 top intelligence officials as part of this investigation. What are you hearing?
Right. The irony here being, Wolf, that one of the reasons why Donald Trump fired James Comey as FBI director was because James Comey wouldn't go out and say that he wasn't under investigation. And in so doing, he has now essentially made Bob Mueller, the new special counsel, essentially investigate the president for obstruction of justice, for interfering in this investigation, according to the Post story. And all the signs have been there.
Now, it is the Washington Post, so keep that in mind.
Really, because of all the signs from Rod Rosenstein and other people testifying the last few days that the FBI and the special counsel were going to be looking at the issue. We heard from James Comey that he essentially wanted the special counsel to investigate the...
You know I'm going to be looking for clips for that, although I don't know if that would be a public setting. I doubt it. I bet you they would do it as a private thing.
Oh, totally. No,
Now, Trump
Man.
says that he was asked, a reporter said, would you testify? He said, yeah, I'll 100% testify under oath.
Well, no, 100%. But when I heard this and people are homing in on it, just keep listening. Hopefully you have the whole clip.
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
And I mean, still doesn't mean it's going to be public.
I got the microphone.
Oh, boy.
If you allow me,
If I
Mr.
could
President.
only sell that. If I could only sell it. Who would like to ask? Should I take one of the killer networks that treat me so badly as fake news?
Killer networks that treat me so badly as fake news.
Really? They're killing you?
No.
Really? Come on, man.
Standing room, Mr. President.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you.
Be fair, John.
Oh, absolutely.
Remember how nice you used to be before I ran? Such a nice man.
Always fair. Mr. President, I want to get back to James Comey's testimony. You suggested he didn't tell the truth in everything he said. He did say under oath that you told him to let the Flynn, you said you hoped the Flynn investigation he could
I didn't say that.
So he lied about that.
Well, I didn't say that. I mean, I will tell you, I didn't say that.
And did he ask you to pledge his
And there'd be
loyalty?
nothing wrong if I did say it, according to everybody.
Why does he do that, dude? Why does he do that?
Oh, let me ask you this.
That I-
Why would he said that if he didn't say it, it's a lie, right? But then he doesn't say it's not a lie.
And he also says, but if I did say it, that's like when I didn't do that, Dad, but if I did, it would be fine because she did it first.
And Mom said it was okay.
Say that. I mean, I will tell you, I didn't say that.
And did he ask you to pledge his
And there'd be
loyalty?
nothing wrong if I did say it, according to everybody
Now,
that I've read
he messes
today,
up
but-
on the question here, which, I mean, we all know that he could probably just reverse the words, but just
I did
FYI.
not say that.
And did he ask for a pledge of loyalty from you? That's another thing he said.
No, and he meant to say, did you ask for a
Right,
pledge?
yeah.
Oh, he did not.
Now, and Trump just went with it.
So he said those things under oath. Would you be willing to speak under oath to give your version of those events?
100%. I didn't say under oath. I hardly know the man. I'm not going to say I want you to.
So why 100% I didn't say under oath? Why Trump goes on here to talk about, no, I didn't say those things under oath. It feels a very confusing response that no one seems to home in on.
I didn't say under oath.
Okay, I'm going to back up a little bit.
Yeah.
100%. I didn't say under oath. I hardly know the man. I'm not going to say I want you to pledge allegiance. Who would do that? Who would ask a man to pledge allegiance under oath? I mean, think of it.
That's not what he asked.
I hardly know the man.
Wait, so stop right there. I didn't say tell him to say under oath. What he's saying here is not making sense to me, unless I'm missing something.
No, you're right. It is confusing. I had to play it twice just because I don't understand.
Right, and most of the mainstream, I think all the media, just every media, is homing in. Oh, yeah, 100% I would testify, but they're not homing in on the fact that what he's saying here is confusing.
All right, now I'm going to play it. Don't stop it. Don't say anything. I need to hear the whole thing.
I'm sitting on my fingers.
Okay, I got to hear the whole thing in context. Every time we stop it, I feel like I lose it.
All right.
Because, it's super confusing.
Yeah, could you stop here? All right, go.
Under oath, would you be willing to speak under oath to give your version of those events?
100%. I didn't say under oath. I hardly know the man. I'm not going to say I want you to pledge allegiance. Who would do that? Who would ask a man to pledge allegiance under oath? I mean, think of it. I hardly know the man.
Yeah, you're right.
Who would ask to pledge allegiance under oath?
The whole
That's
thing,
not what he asked.
What's so weird about it is that John starts by asking, did he ask for an oath of loyalty? And then would you be willing to pledge under oath? It's the whole
No one is talking about this line here, and it's bugging the hell out of me.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
no,
I know.
I didn't say that, and I didn't say the other.
What? All right, that's it. I'm done, man. I'm done.
I don't know what reality we're living in anymore. This is getting weird. The director of the FBI leaks stories. Donald Trump can't speak clearly. Like, what's going on? And meanwhile, he's going to get his ass sued.
Adding new legal firepower to challenge President Trump's worldwide business holdings. Maryland and the District of Columbia say he's violating the Constitution's ban on public officials receiving presents or payments from foreign sources. Those provisions are walls, their suit says, against presidential corruption.
And the one thing we know about President Trump is he understands the value of walls. This is one he can't climb over, and it's one he can't dig underneath.
The lawsuit, filed by 2 Democratic attorneys general, says Mr. Trump markets his properties as president and benefits from payments by foreign countries.
Ah, the story that shut down the subreddit, Chase. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so he's also getting sued by like 200 Democrats. Like, there's a lot going on right now. There is much to discuss.
You know what's driving me crazy? That photo right there. Zoom into that photo.
Yeah, so now...
I can't believe it.
Before we get into the community stuff, let's just finish up on the Trump stuff. Trump's having a tough time right now because he's got to pick favorites between 2 fighting siblings, Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And, of course, he has to bend over backwards because Saudi Arabia is the more successful sibling.
Good morning, Joe. This morning, there's some new reporting on the $110 billion arms deal with Saudi Arabia. President Trump announced on his foreign trip a couple of weeks ago. According to the Brookings Institution, the deal is actually just, quote, a bunch of letters of interest or intent, more akin to proposals, they say, and
more akin to proposals, Chase.
A wish list that, quote, the Saudis will be interested in someday.
Oh, so like, if you behave and you do what we want, we'll eventually give you this money.
Contains no actual binding contracts. Many of the proposals have been on the table since the Obama administration.
Oh.
In addition, it is unclear if Saudi Arabia could afford the weapons package due to a fall in oil prices. In addition to payments the Saudis are still making to the U.S. for the $112 billion in arms the Obama administration brokered. Echoing the Brookings report, NPR shows that $250 billion in commercial investment also announced at the time, also non-binding preliminary proposals, and claims faulty accounting, including doubling the amount of one investment and adding one announced last October with the Japanese company SoftBank. The White House.
Oh, man. Look at all that money.
Saudi Arabia, we basically have a bunch of IOU agreements with Saudi Arabia, and if we are good buddies and we do all of their bidding, we will get that money eventually, which would be good for Donald Trump, it'd be good for his presidency to make everything great again. And so it has put us in an awkward position in a spat between Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
Donald Trump has claimed Qatar is backing terrorists on a high level as the diplomatic scandal surrounding Qatar and its neighboring Gulf states deepens further.
Have you heard any rumorings about this, about our relationship with Qatar? And
Yeah, it popped up on the radar for about a day, then it kind of disappeared
and if you
quickly.
recall, one thing from this show that we've talked a lot about Qatar is in our coverage of ISIS.
Caleb Moppin has more.
Speaking at his press conference with the president of Romania, Donald Trump spoke very harshly against the state of Qatar in the Middle East. This is exactly what he had to say, and it's somewhat similar to what was said by Secretary of State Tillerson earlier. Let's take a listen to what Donald Trump said about Qatar.
The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level.
You know, if you're going to talk about historic funding, look no further than Saudi Arabia and the United States. So there is so much hypocrisy in these statements. It's amazing. And the fact that we are doing this because Saudi Arabia is going to pay us a bunch of money is disgusting.
The time had come to call on Qatar to end its funding. They have to end that funding.
They have to. Not us, though. We're good. We're good. We're going to keep sending CIA agents over there. We're going to keep funneling people through the borders of Turkey. And Saudi Arabia is going to keep shipping them the guns that we sell Saudi Arabia. So all that stuff's good. But Qatar, God, guys, you know, if you could just stop it.
They have to end that funding.
Let's go over the facts about Qatar. The country is a monarchy. It has one army base, one U.S. air base, so there's a large U.S. military presence in the country, roughly 3,500 troops from the United States there in total. Now, in response to the situation in which they've been having their disagreements with countries throughout the region, at this point they do have some allies. Now, the Islamic Republic of Iran has agreed to allow Qatar to use their ports. So Iran has come to their aid and is allowing them to use their seaports.
Funny how when we placate our classic allies who always get us in trouble, it seems to always play into the hands of Iran or China. Funny how that works, Chase. Funny how that works. Yes, you know, Mr. Chase.
Yes, Chris.
Before we go any further.
Yes,
Hello,
Chris.
everybody.
We should probably take a moment and do a little community feedback. We've got some news, too, so.
Yes.
OMG, OMG, OMG.
We have some announcements to make. We have some important things to cover. Patreon.com/unfiltered. This is a audience-funded show for obvious reasons. It's a people's history that we're making, and we're trying to grow the show even further. We want to double down on our work and our investment and on our output. We want to have a supplemental show, 1-2 shows. I'm not sure where we can get to, maybe an additional show. Honestly, this show, there's so much content we could do. I could do a daily show. If I didn't have other shows, I could easily do a daily show, but we could always expand. And we're trying to get to a new milestone, $4,000 at patreon.com/unfilter. We didn't get a lot of extra patrons this week, and we could really use your help. And I want to say, if ever there was a time for a show like ours, it seems like now is that time. And we're working harder than ever, watching these feeds, watching all the news. It's a full-time job just to do this show, and your support means a lot at patreon.com/unfilter. And as part of that, we've got the Club 33.
Yeah, that's right.
And the Club 33, as part of Club 33, not only do you get a little message and chase a sack every single week that can get read here on the show, which is a perk, you also, from time to time, get new swag.
Right. That's
and
great.
I am super excited to announce that patreon.com/unfilter members at the Club 33 level will be getting brand new Oh Nancy swag. A sticker, hashtag Oh Nancy.
I helped design that, by the way.
Nice, Chase. Good work. Good
well,
work.
Full credit goes to Ange, by the way. She asked my opinion, which ones that I liked. I said, this is the one you need to go with.
Yeah. And if you want to help us get to that new goal so we can do supplemental unfilters, we have a new way to make it a little bit easier. With the new swag, we're opening up Club 33 to 40. Wait, no. 45. Wait, no.
What?
49.
What?
Wait, no. 52 members. We're opening up Club 33 now. It was like at 42, and we're opening it up to 52.
Super win.
So we're going to add 10 more slots to Club 33. If you want to help us get to our 4,000 goal and also get the new swag, the hashtag #ONancy sticker, die-cut sticker, a patron swag exclusive. Patreon.com/unfiltered. Mr. Chase, do we have anything in the sack this week?
Well, so first off, full disclosure, I forgot to post a question this
all right,
this
all
week.
right, all right. Well, I guess we're out then. We're out.
No. But I do want to take this opportunity real quick to touch on something that has happened in the community. And that is that the Unfiltered subreddit is on vacation right now.
I'm not going to dignify that with an answer.
Exactly. We're not.
Yeah, it's taking a little break.
And
That's a vacation. That's the way to put it.
And the reason why it's really quite simple. There's been a little bit of, I don't know, back and forth between certain members.
It's been getting heated in there.
It's been getting heated.
There's people in there, and if you look at the tone and messaging of
It's
the
getting
show,
worse.
of the show versus the subreddit,
yeah.
the subreddit is obviously not serving the show at all.
No. And, there are a number of people that have reached out to me on Telegram and say, hey, I still want to contribute to the show. What can I do? Because the subreddit's gone. And it's just on pause. I don't think we're going to take it away. But you can definitely reach out to producer Matt if you have links to the show that you think would be beneficial. There are other ways to reach us and channels.
Yeah, including our new IRC.
Yeah.
If you go to irc.geekshed.net in your favorite IRC client and then go in the Unfiltered chat room, you can idle in there because there's not like a ton of stuff in there, and that's a great way to find out like when we're going live or when a special event's happening, things like that. Just go to irc.geekshed.net and then it's the Unfiltered room.
Yeah, so the Unfiltered subreddit is still there. You can actually go look at it and look at all the posts and stuff. We haven't, restricted that capability.
No, we're
However,
just,
you
the
can't
thing
submit
is,
right now.
The thing is that as soon as that becomes more of a pain in the ass than it is value, it's not like it's some big psychological moral evaluation we have to do. We don't have time for that thing to be a pain in the ass.
I want respectful discussion.
Yeah, something that adds value to the
right.
show or insights into our coverage.
I do not want to see people fighting over the stuff like this because
or different interest camps coming in trying to run people out or weigh the discussion and wonder, that's such crap.
Accusations like,
maybe it's
we have
Reddit.
People, yeah, maybe it is.
Maybe,
I don't know.
It's Reddit. Maybe we have to just find a different platform.
It's one of those situations where, the community, I thought it would self-regulate, right? I thought that, if stories that people thought that were not contributive to the show, they would vote them down and they would be gone.
What happens is just special interest and
other
super passionate people. And
they just continue to flood it, and then what happens is it really pushes out those,
it runs everybody out.
Right.
And then the votes don't matter anymore.
And everything sucks. So we're going to put it on pause. We're going to kind of retool things a little bit behind the scenes and actually improve upon things as well.
I mean, the honest truth is we got better things like this show to focus on. And so as soon as that's no longer a pain in our ass.
I don't want to break people up.
Yeah.
I want us to come together because at the end of the day, whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian,
or if the idea of different political sides makes you sick a little bit,
we need to come together and realize we're all in it together no matter what.
We're all breathing the same air.
That's
if
right.
you got a hot tip or a clip, though, you can email producer Matt42 at gmail.com.
Gmail?
Producer Matt42 at gmail.com if you want to email your hot tip or clip, because we do appreciate that. And maybe maybe that's just a better way to go.
Yeah.
That might have just been the way we should have done it. It's less complicated. It's simpler.
Now, here's the good news is you could still comment. So I think we should still do
is have some people post.
Well, no. I'm not going there. I say when Ange posts the episode, the information.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
There's a feedback thread there if you are not part of the Patreon.
So we'll still let that.
So we'll still have access and still things, but it's going to be a little bit more.
It's going to be full of this week is people bitching about shutting down the subreddit.
Well, it's not. I could take it all down.
I know. It's
I
on
could
pause.
burn it down.
No.
I will burn it down.
No, we're just going to wait.
Okay.
This line no further. It must be drawn here. We'll let things simmer down.
We
broke our little
they
ships.
encroach in our territory, and we
stand down.
And we stand down. We fall back.
We fall back. That's true. Patreon.com/unfilter. And Club 33 is now open to 52 potential slots. Of course, 42 of which are already taken.
Love that.
So there's 10 more available slots. And if you sign up now, and existing Club 33 patrons, you also get the die-cut hashtag Oh, Nancy.
And my sack's going to get bigger. I'm so happy about that.
Yeah, it will. There'll be more potential entrance to the sack.
Yes.
That's very true. Yeah, I think that's some pretty cool swag, too. Something just for our supporters. I want to talk about Sessions again for a bit in the high note.
Oh, God, don't do this.
That's how we roll.
You're triggering me.
I know this one really upsets me and makes me think that Jeff Sessions is a monster, and it's not getting a lot of coverage, so I think it's pretty important we talk about it here.
Only witness today. Attorney General Sessions apparently taking aim at states that have legalized the use of medical marijuana. As News 5's Bill Riles reports, Sessions is asking Congress to undo legislation that effectively protected those states and medical marijuana users.
Even as a senator from Alabama, Jeff Sessions was easily the most vocal opponent of legalizing marijuana, medical or otherwise.
Opponent.
As Attorney General, he's in a much better place to actually do something about it.
So he goes to Congress and says, hey, I'd like to go after medical marijuana patients, everybody.
I reject the idea that we're going to be better placed if we have more marijuana.
That was Sessions' response to findings of the American Medical Association that opioid use is down in states like California that allow medical marijuana use. Sessions called marijuana.
One of the opioid use and the overdose on opioids is killing. I think the number somewhere is it upwards of 30,000 a year?
Yeah, it is.
Is it
huge.
60? I can't remember. It's a dramatically bad number. It's a huge epidemic. It's driven by pharmaceuticals, getting people hooked on drugs, and then them looking for alternatives once their prescription's been canceled. And then, of course, a bunch of other factors like violence and gangs and all these kind of things that play into a booming drug market. And so there has been some research that shows in places where they have legalized cannabis, and it's more dramatic where it's recreational, but it's still noticeable where it's just medical only. In those places, opioid addictions way down because people are able to make transitions. So it turns out that weed isn't really a gateway drug so much as it sort of is a stepping down drug. It's sort of a leveler out. It evens things out. It helps you smooth out a transition from a much harsher drug. And then because cannabis itself is not addictive in its chemical form, could be psychologically addictive, but it's not chemically addictive. It's not physically addictive. Because of these factors, it makes a really great, safe step-down drug with very, very, very low side effects. So Jeff Sessions was presented with this information, and he decided to say, well, I reject it. I reject this information, even though it's improving the lives of one of the largest epidemics in our country, really impacting American citizens and the middle class. I reject it.
Reject the idea that
you can just reject an idea. You see, guys, you don't have to worry about facts or science or the human condition or the reality of what it's like to be in the middle class or people that are poor. You don't have to accept any of that. You can just reject an idea.
Do something about it.
I reject the idea that we're going to be better placed if
that sounds really intellectual. He rejects that idea. Okay, well, that ends the conversation then.
we have more marijuana.
That was Sessions' response to findings of the American Medical Association that opioid use is down in states like California that allow medical marijuana use. Sessions called...
live update from the chat room, 59 to 65,000 people died of overdoses this year. So now we're getting up there beyond car crashes. Just to put that in perspective, it's beyond murders from guns, it's beyond car crashes, that's massive.
Marijuana only slightly less awful than heroin.
Also, could you Google how many deaths this year because of cannabis? I'm just curious. So yeah, we have 65,000 because of opioids, and Jeff Sessions is rejecting science that shows that abuse is down in states that have legalized cannabis.
Marijuana only slightly less awful than heroin. Now, in a letter sent to congressional leaders and obtained by Mass Roots, a publicly traded technology company that focuses on the cannabis industry,
they did a little sleuthing themselves, and good on them because there's no journalist doing this sleuthing. It took this company.
The recent stuff I could find real quick, by the way, Chris,
from Politico, right?
From HuffPost,
okay.
However,
right, yeah,
hold
sure.
on.
Okay,
however,
that's fine.
Pulled the data from the Centers of Disease Control. Okay, and this is a recent as of end of 2015, 2016, with 23 states at that time legalization.
Is it 65,000?
No. You want to keep guessing?
10,000.
No.
5,000.
No.
200.
No.
Really? 100.
No.
For across 24 states?
23 states.
In the recent years?
Legal in some form, yeah. The previous year from 2015.
Overdoses.
Yeah. Yeah, fatally
overdoses.
Fatal overdose.
32 million.
0, Chris. 0.
Huh.
Oh, by the way, just to kind of put in perspective, a total of 17,465 people died from overdosing on heroin or cocaine. 25,000 died from overdosing on prescription drugs, including painkillers and tranquilizers like Valium, according to CDC figures. So these are legit numbers, not made up.
But Jeff Sessions is rejecting this information, and I guess that's acceptable for the Attorney General.
It's a publicly traded technology company that...
Oh, yeah, so back to Mass Roots. So Mass Roots does a little bit of their own journalism to discover that Sessions has sneakily gone to Congress.
Focuses on the cannabis industry. The Attorney General is asking Congress not to renew those protections known as the Rohrabacher-Farr Amendment.
You know, the ones that protect patients.
It's a rider to the federal budget that prevents the Justice Department from using federal funds to stop states from enacting their own medical marijuana laws. It was first passed in 2014. Because of that, federal authorities have taken a largely hands-off approach for states that went through the motions to legalize medical marijuana use. It's unclear how congressional leaders will respond, but if the protections are not renewed, it could mean the Justice Department could pursue federal prosecutions against people and businesses in states like Florida.
Jeff cited a scary uptick in violent crime recently, and of course the opioid epidemic, as reasons that the Justice Department needed to be uncuffed so it could go after dirty medical marijuana and really crank things down.
Unbelievable.
Rejecting ideas, rejecting findings is so anti-intellectual that it's a sad state of where we're at. And I thought instead of you and I coming up and rebutting Jeff, we could go to somebody who is considered a pothead, a real lazy son of a bitch, somebody who never got anything done, never accomplished anything, just sat around and smoked pot all the time. And I thought, why not go to them to get their opinion?
Oh, okay.
Well, some of that's true. They did sit around and smoke pot all the time, but the rest might be shit. It's your good friend,
my buddy,
Carl Sagan.
All over the country, there are people in having terminal cases of cancer or AIDS who are given, for example, huge doses of chemotherapeutic agents, which force them to be nauseous, to be unable to take food, which then leads rapidly to their dwindling away because they can't eat. Now, it's well established that marijuana counteracts this nausea. And in the few cases where it's permitted, or which it's done illegally, remarkable benefits accrue. Is it rational to forbid patients who are dying from taking marijuana as a palliative to permit them to gain body weight and to get some food down? It seems madness to say we're worried that they're going to become addicted to marijuana. There's no evidence whatever that it's an addictive drug, but even if it were, these people are dying. What are we saving them from? So that's an example of a highly irrational official government position on at least some parts of drugs. We could argue, case by case, molecule by molecule, but at least some parts of it are clearly irrational.
Oof. Hear, hear. Hey, if you guys want to be a part of this show and you don't want to be a patron, you can always follow the network on Twitter at Jupiter Signal. You can also follow that guy over there, Mr. Chris Fisher, at Chris LAS.
What about yourself, buddy?
You can follow me on Twitter at Nunes, Nunes, and also follow Geek Gamer TV on Twitter, on Twitch, ggtvlive.com.
Nice, buddy.
So much good stuff.
Check out Linux Action News, new show from the network, User Air, a really great show, and Ask Noah, which is killing it. New content over at JupiterBroadcasting.com. JupiterBroadcasting.com is also where you'll find our calendar. That's where we're live. You get our live time in your local time zone. The robots do the math for you. JupiterBroadcasting.com/contact. Producer Matt42 at gmail.com for your hot tips and links and clips. Don't necessarily include the attachment. Just send them a link to it.
Yeah.
You can download it.
You don't have to give
You don't
them.
got to fill his box.
Yeah, please don't.
And then don't go anywhere because the overtime's coming up. It's a segment that is dedicated to our patrons. And it's got some It's got some
Would
gems.
you say
James.
it's got some good tasty nuggets
it's got
in there?
some, oh man, like some good ones with maybe some Szechuan dipping sauce, dude. Real good stuff.
Tastes good.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in this week's episode of the Unfiltered program. I hope you'll just tune in for 241 next week. We keep doing this damn thing every single week. If you're leaving now and not sticking around for the overtime, one last hot tip for you. Unfilter's got a new IRC room. Join it! And participate in the conversation and find out when we're live. And we'll see you right back here
next week.
Oh, yeah!
You know what really grinds my gears?
That subreddit. Burn it down! That's it. I'm done.
And that, people, is what grinds my gears. Tom?
JB Titles, won't you all go? We should definitely. I was thinking about what about Sessions gets grilled or something like that.
Oh, that's perfect.
It's not bad, right?
No.
Suggest Sessions should it be apostrophe S gets grilled.
Ears gets trimmed.
Yeah, his ears take flight. I do not recall. I had meant to make mention of that in the show, the fact that he said that a bunch, but I guess we covered a little bit.
Don't ask me questions fast. I can't keep up.
I recall.
I'm afraid.
So F4 says, why don't you point out the hypocrisy of the double standard of the right when it comes to marijuana? Because I'm not a representative of the right. It's not my responsibility to point out any particular hypocrisy. I say Jeff Sessions is a monster. I don't sit here and espouse the virtues and principles of any particular right or left platform. I think it's a human topic. I think it's a actual human being story. I think it's kind of fucking sad, actually. Here's the truth. I think it's really fucking sad that things like climate change and health insurance and what you can put in your body as an adult, what autonomy you have over your own body to choose what goes in your mouth, none of that should be political. It shouldn't be a right issue. It shouldn't be a left issue. The climate, body, any of that. Abortion, pot, climate, those shouldn't be political topics. They should be scientific and medical discussions.
Yep.
Instead, they're political talking points. So yeah, you're right. I do not sit here and refute the right's position on cannabis because I don't give a fuck what it is because I don't see it as a right or left issue. I see it as a human issue.
Let's study it. If it improves us as people and as world citizens, let's do it. If it's harmful, let's get rid of it.
The conversation should be as straightforward as the virtues of a GTX 1080 versus a brand new Ryzen GPU, and we should be able to have a conversation on the merits of the technical discussion.
Right.
And instead, we have right and left talking points that we all throw at each other that we're just parroting back what we've heard before. And if you were a third-party observer watching this, it would be sort of sad to see all of these monkeys just shouting things back that other people have decided for them.
Yeah.
A rejection of reality, that's not bad. Sessions gets grilled, isn't really getting much love. JBTitles.com, JBTitles.com.
The salty session with
the salty session with Sessions, the salty session.
Ooh.
Could just do the salty session.
I like the salty session. JB Live 4331.
Libertarian directly in the mouth. Well, yeah, maybe. I suppose. It's just a matter of living. It's just a matter of I am my own unique consciousness, and I can decide if I want to cut myself, I can decide if I want to fuck somebody in the butt, and I can decide if I want to smoke a joint. And it shouldn't be anybody. And there's laws that tell me about all of those things. There are laws that tell me how I should behave in all of those cases. And to me, that is the most ridiculous construct. Why would we agree to that? Why would I never signed that contract. I came out of somebody's vagina, and all of a sudden I'm just inherently forced to accept these conditions. I reject these conditions. I never accepted that. I never said, okay, you have providence over what I decide goes in my body. That's ridiculous. That's why, to me, it just seems like another authority structure that we're all just submitting to willingly, and then we even allow them to assign political bias to things that are about fundamental human rights, about the people, about love, about reproduction, about what can go in your mouth. Like, these are fundamental human rights, like the very basic fundamentals of our existence. Who you love, how you express that love, what you put in your body. There is literally nothing more fundamental human, and we are allowing these people to tell us if they're right or left issues, and then we are engaging in that discussion as if those positions have merit to begin with. It really gets me.
That's what grinds your gears.
That's what grinds my gears.
Tom?
Sessions gets grilled. If we go with the top one, I think we should just shorten it to the salty session.
I like the salty session.
Or should it be the salty sessions? Because it's Jeff Sessions, right? It's got an S at the end, right?
Yeah. Either way, I think it works.
I think maybe the salty sessions.
I like the salty sessions and salt. Someone just suggested.
For F4, that wasn't to you directly, by the way. So yeah. I guess let's go with the salty sessions. You want to do that?
Yeah, works for me.
Sessions gets grilled is behind.
One last thing, unrelated. I bought an iHome smart plug yesterday.
What? No, what? What's an iHome? Isn't that?
It's a brand.
Yeah,
it's a
who makes that though?
I think it's iHome.
Okay.
And it wouldn't connect to my phone at all, no matter what I do, so I couldn't program it.
That's annoying.
So I called their 800 support because it said on the label, "Hey, for immediate support, give us a call." So I called them up.
Hey, iHome.
So I call them up, and I say, "Hey, I can't connect to my phone. Have you tried uninstalling and reinstalling the app?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I haven't tried that. I know. Let me try it real quick." Didn't work still. Okay, well, what I can do is I can open up a ticket, and I can have an engineer contact you tomorrow. And I'm like, but it says here immediate support.
So by immediate, they mean we'll schedule somebody for you.
Right, and then I start thinking, there's no way they'll be able to help me. There's no way, because this device could have been, programmed wrong or whatever, and there's no user way to upload firmware to this device. So I said, you know what? I'm just never going to buy your devices again, and I'm taking it back.
Yeah, really, man.
Yeah.
I find also Wemo devices are kind of frustrating if you set up a new phone.
I got the TP-Link one.
Yeah, the TP-Link's not so bad. Yeah. Apparently, I heard F4L because I took his question out of context. But maybe he should feel good for inspiring a rant.
Well, we got a title?
No, Steve. No, we haven't, actually. It's a real son of a bitch problem, as a matter of fact. But we did sell the iMac, so I was able to make at least a payment on the credit card.
Oh. That's right. iMac is gone. That's right.
Yeah, there's no Macs. No Macs.
Wait, what's that MacBook Pro over there? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that is actually a Librem 15. Nice. There you go. All right, chat room. So remember to spay and neuter your pets, right? That's pretty important.
Yep.
And what else, Chase? What else? What other bits?
Spayed and neutered.
No, I already said that. Don't change more than a third of your fish tank water.
And don't be afraid to turn off the radio, turn off the computer, turn off the TV, and go outside and enjoy this wonderful world.
I don't know. I feel like maybe my fish tank advice was more solid.
No, mine's better.
Okay. All right, chat room. Thanks for being here. Love your faces, even if we triggered you.
Big hugs.
Hope to see you next week.
# triggered. See you next week.
Bye, everybody.
Good show, Chip. Good show.
Good show. Good show.
Lovely.
New tapes, and a new library that's the source of all truth. Then we've got the latest on Britney Spears' new career. Yeah, that's right. She's controlling botnets through Instagram comments. And Dan teaches us about steganography and how it recently helped catch an NSA leaker. Then we've got your feedback, a riveting roundup, and so much more on this week's episode of TechSnap. Welcome to TechSnap, Jupiter Broadcasting's weekly systems, network, and administration podcast. This episode was streamed live on June 13th, 2017, and is episode 323. This episode was brought to you by our three fine sponsors, DigitalOcean, Ting, and IX Systems. My name is Wes, and joining me this week, why, it's that conference organizing, BSD bootin' beast of a host. That's right, it's our friend. Welcome to the show, Dan.
That's me. Hello, everybody.
Welcome back. You've been on the road. You finally made it back to your hometown. How does it feel?
It's hot, but it feels good.
Excellent.
It'd feel better if it wasn't 95 degrees, but it's not that bad.
How were your various trips?
It was one trip to Ottawa, 2 conferences,
I see.
and
So they
a
were
week of work
packaged
in
right
between.
there together. That's nice.
Yeah. The 2 conferences are both held at University of Ottawa, and they're held there because that was the cheapest venue to downtown, where then everyone could just go out in the evening and then come home at night without taking a taxi or a bus or something like that.
Sounds well organized.
It is well organized. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Anything new or any findings you wanted to share from those awesome events?
New. I brought back 4 kilos of peanut butter.
Wow.
Craft peanut butter.
May I ask why?
Because you can't buy it in the States.
Oh, I did not realize that.
I have a feeling I grew up on Kraft peanut butter. You've probably never heard of
I don't
Kraft
think I
peanut
have,
butter
no.
before. Yeah.
But it's good then. Or you like it.
I guess it just reminds me of childhood or something. It's very familiar and it's very yummy.
Yeah, totally. I have those foods. Yeah, it's associated with a time and a place, and it, brings you to a certain mood.
I brought back a whole lot of empty LTO tape cases.
Nice. Awesome.
I brought back about 20 DLT4 tapes that someone didn't need. Someone in Europe didn't need. They brought them to me.
That's convenient.
And
so
I went to my old...
and gear swap.
Yes. And I bought 3 Carlton shirts, like a sweatshirt, a rugby shirt, and a T-shirt. Carlton's the university I went to. And I think this is my first time back on campus in many years.
Oh, that's lovely.
It was neat to walk around the tunnels and see the computer science building that's now totally different. And now they have a building just for human computer interface.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So
the alma mater. That does sound. That sounds really nice.
It was good, but it's also good to be back home.
Yeah. Well, now that you're back, I guess that means we can dive right into our live tech snap. What do you have for us now that you're back? I've been sitting here in anticipation because I'm sure there's been a lot going on since the last time we did an episode, so there's a lot to catch up on.
I don't know if we'll ever be able to catch up on it, but we're going to try. So, one of the first rules of journalism is to validate your information. You just don't take one person's word for it. You get it verified. You validate what they're saying. Otherwise, you risk the chance of telling lies.
Right. You need at least some confidence in the story you'll be printing.
I can't remember the actual term used for this. Something your sources, or I can't remember what it is. But here's a case of where they took a document that had been provided to them confidentially, and that outed the whistleblower. And people may not be aware that this sort of stuff is possible, but I do recall reading about this before, And coincidentally, just before I read this article, I read an article about how to get around the watermark that they're putting on the documents.
Oh, interesting.
So, the way this article starts off: when reporters at The Intercept approached the NSA on June 1st to confirm a document that had been anonymously leaked to the publication in May, they handed over a copy of the document to the NSA to verify its authenticity. When they did so, the Intercept team inadvertently exposed its source because the copy showed fold marks that indicated it had been printed, and it included encoded watermarking that revealed exactly when it had been printed and on what printer. So, to jump to how they are able to do this is color copiers can print like a little timestamp. It's not in letters, but it's sort of like it's almost like a barcode, but it's not a barcode. It's more like an RC code, but it doesn't look like an RC code because they print it on white paper with yellow ink, and it's very faint. But if you look at it under the right light, you can see it and you can read it. And it can hold things like the serial number of the printer, the date it was printed, the time, and that's enough to tell you who printed it, because many printers nowadays will have a log of who was using the printer at a given time. And even if it doesn't have a log in the printer, your system logs would tell you who submitted a job to this printer over the internet at this time. Or even if it's a photocopier and you use a photocopier, you scan your badge or something like that and you get to use a photocopier. So in this case, the article shows the watermarks that were in the image, and they're kind of hard to see. I think they've blown it up and done it under a different color light in order to see it. But it's obvious when you see it that it is actually little coded bits. And when you read it under the right light, it comes out to say that the printer's serial number was 535218, or it might have had a prefix of 29, and it was printed on May 9th at 6:20 a.m. Now, there's some other stuff in there about column value and column 15 value and stuff like that, but I wasn't sure what that meant.
I can certainly see how this would be handy for, debug or tracking information.
What are you debugging?
I mean, internally while you're working on, if you're sending different print jobs through and you're testing printer calibrations or other systems.
But that's not what it's for, though. It's specifically to identify leaked documents. When we get to the next article, you'll see that some printer manufacturers have secretly decided to collaborate or put these things in. And why would they put them in? Because someone asked them to put them in. I can't see this as being a feature for the buyer of the printer, unless of course you happen to be a very big company that
right,
wants
I was
to keep
going to say
track of such things.
maybe an enterprise use case or something like that.
Mm-hmm. But no. Again, it's just, here's a way to track who did this, who did that, and what. So the watermark shown in the image above, which is an enhancement of the scanned document, were from a Xerox DocuColor printer. Many printers use this or similar schemes, printing faint yellow dots in a grid pattern on printed documents as a form of steganography. We'll get into what that is. Basically, that's encoding metadata about the document into the hard copy output. Now, researchers working with the EFF, you should donate to them, have reverse engineered the grid pattern employed by this class printer using the tool ARS and others determined using the tool. They haven't actually. EFF have reverse engineered it and created a tool, and using that tool, they've determined that the document was printed on such and such a date and such a time. So because the NSA was then able to look at their own audit logs, they narrowed it down to who this person was. And they went to them and said, did you do this? And they said yes. And unfortunately, it wasn't good. So if you decide that you want to be a whistleblower, what do? Do you print out the document and then do this? Well, no, it turns out that there's a way to protect yourself against this. And it turns out that this tool came out directly to protect whistleblowers against hidden printer dots. And
interesting.
There are two ways of doing it. One is to print the document in black and white.
Okay. So it's only, right, it has to rely on color there to hide it.
Because yellow will get translated to white and white on. You would think that they wouldn't print white. Well, if you're printing in black and white, you can't print white.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
The other thing, the other thing that they're doing is they're actually developing a tool which will strip metadata from a PDF.
Oh, that's awesome. So you can...
including this sort of information.
So you could print it out and then scan it and then purify it or whatever. Interesting.
So he was working on a method of improving the security of leaked documents by removing hidden dots left behind laser printers, which are usually used to watermark documents and track down leakers, which is exactly what we talked about. And his work was actually inspired by the case we just talked about. Now, ironically, this project is managed by First Look Media, which is the parent company of the news organization that outed this person in the first place.
Interesting. Wow.
So here is where they say, the black and white conversion will convert colors like the faded yellow dots to white, and that'll never get printed. And the purpose of this new tool is to suppress the dots left by a laser printer. So really, what I've learned from this article and this article and the previous article is that if you do need to print out a document that is very sensitive, don't wind up folding it. Just keep it flat, because that fold in the paper, when you wind up photocopying it, shows up in the photocopy. And then if they come to your home and they find this document, they can prove that the document you have at your place is a document that was photocopied. Because this is what came out. They were talking about a fold in the paper.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And because they saw the fold, they knew it had been printed elsewhere. So then they looked on the photocopy to find the dots. And the dots proved that it actually was printed at the NSA at this time in this place.
Then they could identify who printed it.
And based on that they found the whistleblower.
Wow. Boy. It's really, it just really highlights how hard it is to move about our modern digital world without leaving tiny, invisible traces of yourself, even where you wouldn't suspect it.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I'm not really sure the best way to get around it, except being aware of things like that. It's like, was it something, there's another way to do this. Take the document, read it into OCR, optical character recognition,
mm-hmm.
and then print that. But then that's very difficult. You're not presenting someone with a document, are you? You're presenting someone with a transcript of a document. So it's a little more difficult to follow through that way.
Right. At that point, it's almost, it's almost only as good as a transcription of the document or whatever. So
yeah.
Boy, that's funny. It's kind of low-key techniques here.
Instead of having the audio tape, you only have the transcript, and it's definitely not as good. Now, following on from this, here's a list of printers which do or do not display tracking dots. Now, don't use this because this was last updated. It was added in 2015, and the list is no longer being updated. In 2017, it appears that all recent commercial color laser printers print some kind of forensic tracking codes, not necessarily using yellow dots. This is true whether or not those codes are visible to the eye and whether or not the printer models are listed here. This also includes the printers that are listed here as not producing yellow dots. So buy a black and white printer.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember, you must have read old crime stories about typewriters.
Yeah, sure.
They could track back that the letter was written on this type of typewriter, and the J was slightly broken, so that let them identify that it was it matched this typewriter that was in the suspect's home and stuff like that. This is about the same thing.
Mm-hmm. So if you want to send something securely, you're back to black and white printer or piecing letters together from a magazine like a serial killer. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Kidnappers did that, didn't they?
Kidnappers.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not the best if you really want to keep something secret from identifying you. But yeah, don't print it on a color printer. But I imagine that the majority of enterprises have color printers nowadays.
Yeah, big multifunction color printer units. So something to be aware of.
Be interesting to see. I'm looking through for Brother. Yes.
Right, I was just thinking about Brother as a good black and white printer brand.
Oh wait, did they list it? Yes, they did. And I'm looking at the color ones. I don't have the color ones. Mm-hmm. But yeah, all these manufacturers have decided to do this. And I would be interested to know whether or not they're doing this because they want to help their customers or because they've been asked to by various government agencies.
It also makes me curious, they apparently have not been able to find a way to, do something similar, obviously not with yellow, but that makes me wonder, are there other attack avenues available to black and white printers that maybe we don't know about?
Yeah. It'd be
a lot more difficult, obviously.
It wouldn't be too difficult just to alter. Oh, no, because the dots are bigger. I was thinking of pixels on a screen, just slightly make one dot slightly less black.
But I suppose that you're right. It probably is the vast majority these days of the printers they're worried about probably are, color ones or ones that comply with this program. So too late.
Yep. What I find is interesting about this list is that some manufacturers are stating that these printers do this, and some are not. Like even within the same model, even within the same brand, they don't always reveal that they're doing this. Yeah. If I was whistleblowing, I wouldn't be printing out the document at work.
No, exactly. I mean, like there's that angle as well that it's, yes, it's very interesting technically how this ended up working out and how they determined, they got a hold of the document, they were able to analyze the copy of the document, determine these things. But from the other end, you're right. Like I would almost suspect that, in most places you have to submit printer jobs, maybe authenticated or through the domain or something like that. And then there's already a record that you submitted this print job and it went through.
Imagine you had it on a thumb drive. You took that out from work because in some places you're not allowed any thumb drives or anything like that. But imagine you had it on a thumb drive and you took it, say, to your local copy shop to get it printed. And unknown to you, they printed it on a color printer. It came up black and white. And you used it, and then it tracks you back to there. They check the security cameras and bang, you're
done. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, some people will say, well, maybe you shouldn't be stealing documents, but.
And, by and large, that's probably true. But there, as we have documented on this here show, there is a time and a place for these activities.
Yeah, if you're revealing illegal activities.
Yeah, turns out that there's a public interest in these sorts of things.
Yes.
Perhaps not always, there's, this case in particular maybe talks a little bit about that, but it is always funny how it, it highlights something we hadn't talked much about. I guess that brings us back to stenography in general. Did you want to talk more about that?
Yes, it was years ago that I heard we're going to have another post. Oh yeah. There is another link in here about how they wound up hiding messages in pornography.
Nice.
Basically, they captured a known terrorist, and on this laptop they found a porno video. And within that video, they discovered 141 separate text files. Things like future operations, lessons learned, reports on operations, stuff like that. So I've heard of this before, where basically you have a photograph, you go in and you flip one bit in every pixel, and that becomes your message. And so whatever the value of that pixel is all the way through the photo, that becomes your message. So your first 8 pixels have a full byte. Now, it's kind of obvious when you look at the photo that something's been done with it when you compare it to other photographs. But the beauty of it is you can just wind up uploading images to any number of social media websites, and everyone else that has to read the message can also get the message through social media websites. And there's no way to track who's looking at this. It's not like you've emailed them or anything directly. You just posted it and someone else has read it.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's in amongst all that noise, there's no way to track one person to the other.
Millions of GET requests for this one random image, that's been CDN hosted and distributed. And
Yep. And in the show notes, you'll find a link to a photograph. When you look at the photograph, you can see all this little noise, all these little artifacts left over from the steganography. But this is just a rough version of steganography. You can get much more elaborate ones that it doesn't really show. Like look at the sky in the first photo compared to the sky below. It's a solid color all the way across in the bottom photograph, but in there you can see this sort of noisy bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost as if the photograph is half downloaded. Remember those days when the photograph used to display on your in your web browser slowly? You could see it unfolding as it downloaded it.
Oh, the dark times.
Yes.
Before broadband saved us all.
Now, I remember hearing stories about steganography.
Say that 6 more times.
Yes. In photos 5 or 10 years ago or something like that. And I remember talking to someone whose job it was to find these people, and they were saying, yeah, that's astounding. I don't know how we can deal with that at all. But yeah, it is sort of weird that something like that can be so obvious yet so easy to do. Like, hiding it in photographs seems to be the best way to do it, because you don't have to do it in every photograph. You don't even have to decide in advance where the photograph is going to be.
Right. You can have telltale signs that, process whatever photographs, and then if you find it, then there you go. You get the information.
Yep. Later on, we'll find a way, we'll show another way that they were using photographs for a different. In fact, it's the next article. Once we get to that, there's a command and control bit for some bots about how they use photographs for the same thing, but slightly differently.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and that that previous article there, it's worth checking out. It kind of goes into some of the math behind it and some of the more sophisticated ways of hiding information. It's really quite interesting from a math perspective. And actually, it was one of the first things I remember trying out, I think, on a Linux distribution years ago. Was I was kind of playing with that because it there's like a command line tool that made it super easy. Just go download it in the shell and then input like a text message, and it would go hide it in your image for you. I remember thinking like, oh wow, this is really neat.
Could you see the change in the photo?
I think I ended up putting in, I think it was basically doing this simple version. So for like small ones, like like a small sentence, it didn't really, but if you tried to put like a bigger file in there, then it looked pretty much like this sample.
Well, if you've got these huge photos, like,
I know in today's modern era, where there's like people are uploading and backing up all their smartphone pictures and they're multiple megabytes, there's a lot of room for, just some secret text.
And you don't have to do every byte as well.
Right.
You can have some you can have a predetermined code as to how many bytes you use and where they are, and
make it as sparse as you want.
Yeah. Wow. And then it's very difficult to pick up, I would imagine.
Yeah. It sounds kind of fun. I wonder if I can go find another an easy tool. If I do, I'll put it in the show notes. You can send you can send us your steganography samples. We'll put it in the feedback and see if we can find the code.
Don't send us the message.
Yeah, don't send us the message. That's great. All right. Well, before we move on, anything else you want to add about steganography or that story?
No. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Well, if that's got you a little freaked out about all things paper, then you should just go digital. Go digital. Maybe you've already started that trip. Anything you have a device, bring it over to our first sponsor. That's right. Our friends over at Ting. Head on over to techsnap.ting.com to get started with mobile that makes sense. Yeah, that's right. I'll say it again. Mobile that makes sense. Ting is a smarter way to do mobile. With the average bill just $23 a month, a line starts at just $6 a month. And then guess what? You just pay for what you use. Yeah, it's as simple as that. You use some minutes, you just pay for those minutes. Head on over to their rates page, techsnap.ting.com/rates. There you'll find this fun little interactive chart. You can play with it. Lines start $6 a month, 1, 2, 3, 4, however many you need. It's a great option. Maybe you're running a small business. Maybe you have a nanny. You just want them to have an extra line, or you're worried about a grandparent or a family member. You can get them a line just to know that you can always reach them when you need to. At $6 a month, that really changes the math on that. You don't have to worry about some family plan where you have a giant number of shared minutes and you're really constricted. No, if you need more minutes at Ting, you just use more minutes. Maybe you don't use any minutes. Guess what? That's going to be $0 per month. Yeah, $0. You don't use any text messages? That's $0 per month as well. And probably your TechSnap viewers will probably use some megabytes. But you're savvy, you're Wi-Fi savvy. If you're that savvy, you're going to pay $22 a month. But that gets you all the features. You get three-way calling, you get tethering, you get voicemail, you get no contracts, no early termination fees. And whenever you want, you don't have to change your plans. You don't have to do anything fancy. You don't have to, call up your rep and beg them to not charge you an overage fee. No, none of that. If you need to use more that month, you just use more. You need to use less. None of this signing up for a contract where you have to estimate your maximum usage for the contract terms, and then make sure you get something that's at least a little bit over that to play it safe, but not too far under that you won't have enough. No. That's why Ting is mobile. That makes sense. Plus, Ting, they're like us. They're nerds, they're geeks. They're conscious about security. They don't have to worry about doing all of these, building lines, because they're a reseller. They have both GCM and CDMA, so they've got all the lines you need. You can bring your own phone or head on over to their store. When you go to techsnap.ting.com, you'll get a $25 service credit. That will either cover probably more than your first month if you're anything like me, or use that in the shop. Go pick up a brand new iPhone 7. Yeah, they got those over there. You can go get yourself a SIM card, a Motorola G4, a pretty good deal at only $154. They've got financing that's available if you need it. Or bring your own device. Ting supports both the GSM and CDMA. It's really easy to get started. They make it super available, and it's only $6 a month. So go to techsnap.ting.com. Let them know that you appreciate them sponsoring the TechSnap program, and go get on a wireless carrier that won't make you hate yourself. It's really that simple. They've got a great app, they've got a great web dashboard, and they've got real humans with real customer service. I think you'll like it a lot. techsnap.ting.com. All right. Well then, you promised. Now you're going to deliver. You'll never guess where Russian spies are hiding their control servers. You know what? I haven't guessed. I'm just going to let you tell us.
Well, first let's talk about what command and control is used for. Most of the exploits that we've talked about are to gain complete control over someone's computer. And why do you want to gain complete control? You might be trying to get something out of their bank account, something like that, but that's not always big enough. Sometimes you want to use their computer to launch an attack on other people, but you've got all these computers. You're not connected to them directly. No, you can't do that. Because it doesn't scale. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of compromised machines all within one botnet. So what you have is you have a command and control channel. And back when it was simple, they would just, I've seen them spring up on IRC where you go into a channel and there's all this weird crap coming in where somebody will mess it. There's hundreds of people in this channel and they're all spouting out what looks like absolute rubbish.
People.
Yeah. And then somebody else pipes up and it's totally different from all the other stuff. And basically IRC is being used as a command and control channel. So what they have here is the problem with having a public command and control channel is once it's known what it is, they just shut it down.
Right, it's really easy to shut down or monitor or whatever.
Yeah, it's some website, it's an IRC channel, something like that. You just block it. You get in touch with the IRC
or whatever.
Yep. So what these folks are doing is they decided that they would use comments on photographs. In this case, it happened to be a Britney Spears photograph on her Instagram account. And let's talk a little bit about the group that they are referring to. So this is from antivirus provider ESET. I hope it might be ESET, but yeah, let's try ESET because ESET would be two S's. So they're talking about a group called Turla, which is a Russian-speaking hacking group. And basically, they created something called WhipBot that infiltrated the Windows-based systems of embassies and governments of multiple European countries. I think we talked about this about 2 months ago. Many of them former Eastern Bloc nations. Then a few months later, at Kaspersky, they discovered an extremely stealthy Linux backdoor that was used in the same campaign, a finding that showed that it was much broader than previously believed, because the first time they only found WhipBot. They didn't find this stealthy Linux backdoor. So Turla has also been known to use satellite-based internet connections to cover its tracks. I'm not sure how that will help them cover their tracks, because it's still just an ISP, isn't it? Unless they're renting, hacking into existing communications, but I don't think they're doing that. So in March, researchers observed Turla using what was then a zero-day vulnerability in Windows to infiltrate European government military computers. We already talked about that. It almost sounds like the previous one that they mentioned first. But so about this particular very ingenious solution, basically what the malware would do is it would go and look for a comment. It would look at all the comments. It's very misleading the way that they've written it, and this is almost a direct copy and paste from the original document. But we'll go into the original document and show you how what they have here is slightly different from what is actually on this page. They haven't done their HTML5 very well. They've missed some stuff that makes this more interesting. So basically what they do is they look for a comment, and then they compute a hash value on that comment, and it's a custom hash algorithm, so it's not like an MD5 or something like that. If the hash happens to match 183, it then runs a regular expression on the comment in order to obtain the full path of the Bitly URL. If you're not familiar with Bitly, Bitly's a URL shortener. Instead of pasting a very long URL into, say, a Twitter post, that's where I think Bitly came from, was Twitter. You then get a shortened URL that you can put in a Twitter post, and you have more room for text. So if you the regex is supplied here in the post. But
yeah, look at that.
If you run the comment in question through this regex, you wind up getting this URL, and I'm sure it's just the 2KD at the end. And now, if you look down a little bit later to where it starts saying Smith 2155, just a little bit further down, they try to say that you can see this character precedes each character that makes the path of the Bitly URL. What they've done is they've interspersed regular text with a non-printable Unicode character. But if you look there and look at what they're coming up with, it doesn't make any sense. So let's jump to the next article and scroll down until you see Britney Spears' photograph again. It's 2/3 of the way down. Keep going. This isn't it. Yep. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. A little bit further. You'll see Smith there. You see Smith right there? Nope. Go up a bit. It's right there. Smith 2155. You can see the 200D characters in there. So what you do is you take the 200. You take the character immediately after the 200D and put that into the URL. So there's the 2, the K, the D, the H, the U, the capital H. Yeah, so that's how it all comes out. Now, they just fail. The previous article is treating these curly brace, 200D, close, not curly brace, bracket, trying less than, greater than. The previous article is treating those as HTML tags and not rendering them. I went in and looked at it, and I couldn't actually see it there, so maybe they fixed it up or something, but it's kind of misleading in the original article. So after they found this URL, Bitly keeps track of how many times they've had to give out the long URL for the short URL you provide. So in effect, when you go to this URL, Bitly will redirect you. I think it's an Apache 301 or is it a 403? It's a redirect code. It's a standard HTTP. Yep, thank you. Redirect. So what they do is they say, I'm sorry, you're at the wrong place. Where you want to go is over here. And it's just built into the HTTP protocol. But Bitly is able to keep track of how many times this happens, and they found out that there are only 17 visits for this one URL. So they reckon this wasn't really command and control; it was just for testing. But this is one way to do command and control, all sort of hidden like.
This is fascinating. Yeah.
And it'd be fast too. I mean, it takes a long time to talk about and explain, but it'd be very fast.
Right. Certainly fast enough for any, most of your practical needs. It's not like you need, millisecond latencies on any of this, as long as you can, make a comment somewhere and go out and disseminate, and then everything just works. Wow.
And now the thing to keep in mind is why they're using social media here is because, again, it'll get lost.
Yep.
Unless you're blocking traffic to Instagram at work or at home, the command and control will work. It'll just get through and get out, and you're done.
Looks like traffic from a legitimate user. People post dumb, weird stuff on the internet all the time.
Yeah. And besides, all you have to do is embed the URL, like they said, the URL identifier somewhere in the statement, and then just put a non-printable character behind each one. That doesn't make sense anyway. But now that you think of it, you see crap like this on most YouTube videos as well.
Yeah, you do. All over most, public comments on the internet. Huh. They're really just, it's like using a comment system as like a weird database front end, which is what it is anyway.
You've heard of numbers channels?
No, I haven't.
Radio stations that just read out numbers. So you have someone there.
Yeah, okay. I've heard of the concept, not
12,
the term.
43, 28. And they've existed for many years, and they're usually used to communicate to secret networks. And you can find them on shortwave. They're digital. Some of them are very well known. This is just a different kind of numbers channel.
Yeah, it really is that. Huh. We just it's a little harder to tune in on it unless you're looking for it.
Yeah. If you have a friend with a ham radio or something like that, you can usually jump on the internet and find a numbers channel find out where a numbers channel is on shortwave and then just tune into it. I think Cuba runs one, or used to run one. I know Russia still runs one.
That's fascinating.
But it's very interesting to hear them. And you say, what the hell are they doing? And who are they talking to? And who's listening?
Yeah, exactly. Makes you wonder.
Now, have I told you before how my dad worked for military communications?
No, you have not. Please do.
And back at that time, what you would do is this is during the Cold War, 60s and 70s. What you do is you'd have a sender here and a receiver here, and all day long they would send noise to each other. And so when it was time to send a message, you just slipped the message into the noise, and it would just be transmitted over, and anyone listening, it still looks like noise.
So
So
how did they tell
instead
the
of having, sorry?
How did they tell the difference?
They have printed cards with holes in them or marks somehow, and you put the same card in both machines at either end every day. So it's like one-off encryption pads.
Yeah, okay, one-time pad type situation. Interesting.
Right. So this thing knows what it's sending. This thing knows what the noise is. And so the message comes in, it just cancels out all the noise. And if it's 000, when it cancels out all the noise, it says there's no message. And all of a sudden it gets this data coming, oh, there's a message, I'll record it. And out it comes.
Oh, fascinating.
And these boxes were maybe the size of a large microwave oven. And the cards were treated very securely. And when you went to eject the card in the morning to put a new card in, it would cut it in half.
Yeah, that makes sense. Totally. We're done with that.
My dad wound up installing these at various places. I know he installed them like Prime Minister's residence, NASA not NASA, NATO headquarters or something, Prime Minister's house. Did I say Prime Minister's house?
Various government and official installations.
It was really interesting.
Yeah, that does sound nice. So you just, you've got your stack of these encryption codes, and you put the one in for today or whatever length of time, and now you can transmit.
We went and we looked up the machines on Wikipedia. You see photographs of them, and somewhere else we found user manuals for them. These are top of the line things produced by the NSA at the time.
Yeah, totally. That's awesome.
Nowadays, I don't think they're so good. Anyway, we're way off track.
Probably not. All right. Anything more you want to add about Turla and their findings here?
No. Yes. This kind of command and control center is virtually impossible to stop, because it's just, you go out there, you find the photograph you need, and then away you go. It's very difficult to find out how it's working, because it's just hidden in all this other traffic. Because you get a lot of traffic coming out of your office going to Instagram, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly.
But it doesn't have to be Instagram.
It could be any commonly, Facebook, Twitter,
Facebook.
Really whatever.
Yep.
Comments on a blog.
That cooking Facebook group is actually doing command and control for a network of bots.
You can compromise a WordPress server and then use their comment section as your...
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep.
All right. Well, if this kind of sounds fun to you, you're interested in figuring out how you can automate this kind of things, tap into social media APIs to send secret communications, you're going to need someplace to do that dev work. I suggest our friends over at DigitalOcean.com. Yeah, that's right. DigitalOcean, cloud computing designed for developers. They make it super simple to spin up a new VPS of your dreams. It takes less than 55 seconds. You've got your choice of a range of popular OSs, including FreeBSD. Yeah, there's Ubuntu, Debian, Fedora, CentOS, Container Linux, and they work closely with these distributions to ensure that you're getting, faithful distributions, official images. They're updated right away. They've done a lot of great work with FreeBSD project to make sure that FreeBSD runs beautifully on DigitalOcean's service. They use first-class KVM hypervisor. Yeah, that's right. You know it and love it from Linux. And they've just introduced some new killer features. Things like cloud firewalls. Now you can easily secure your droplets at no additional cost. You can stop mucking about with IP tables rules and use their easy API or UI, or, hey, some of the apps as well. Can configure your firewall. Make sure that traffic from those botnets we were just discussing doesn't hit your precious servers. To get started, you can use our promo code SNAPOcean, one word, SNAPOcean. That'll get you a $10 credit. And when you check out DigitalOcean's pricings, you'll realize, hey, that's a great deal. Prices start at just $5 a month. For that, you get 512 MB of RAM, 1 core processor, 20 gigs of all SSD disk, and a whopping terabyte of transfer. Yeah, you heard me right. A full terabyte. And they've got 40 gigabit E right to those KVM hypervisors. So this is serious bandwidth here. We're not talking about some like terabyte of transfer that you'll never be able to use because things are so slow. Now, anytime, whenever I'm on one of my DigitalOcean droplets and I do an apt-get update or I'm installing some software package, I'm always blown away. It installs so fast. I'm never waiting around for downloads. You'll have that same experience. It really is great network, great transfer. They've done a beautiful job. If you follow them on social media, maybe you're a bot. If not, if you follow their social media accounts, you'll see some of the beautiful racks they've got. They've got some lovely data centers, and they're probably opening new data centers near you all the time. They've got them all over the world. Frankfurt, Toronto. I just saw block storage is now available in their Toronto data center. So they've got those features that you need, block storage, things like monitoring, load balancers. It's really all there. And they've got hourly pricing. I love this one. You're just trying to play with a new idea. I was just playing with setting up a Kubernetes cluster over the weekend. And where did I do it? I did it on DigitalOcean because it's so easy. You spin up 5 nodes, get some nice ones over here. Oh, yeah, look at this one. The $6 an hour, 4 gigs memory, 2 core processor, 4 terabytes of transfer. It's a pretty sweet spot. So you get them however long you need them, play with them for a couple hours. You're going to spend less than $1. It's really worth it. And you have this whole environment you can destroy, recreate it, learn, practice. It's an awesome resource. And because they get the community, they have real editors on hand to turn community documentation into some of the best documentation you're going to find on the internet. Show that you appreciate all that they do by using our promo code SNAPOcean and go to DigitalOcean.com today and get yourself a brand new VPS. Thank you to DigitalOcean for sponsoring the TechSnap program. Alrighty, that brings us to the next and I think final topic of the main segment today. What do you have for us?
Well, it was, which night was this? This would have been, I think, that it was Friday night at BSD Cannes, which is the first full day of talks. I was sitting in the Hacker Lounge, and all around me, people were laughing. Every once in a while, like there'd be some laughter and stuff like that.
A little giggle here or there.
Yeah. And later on, I learned what it was. They had just created libtrue, which is a library for truth, basically.
Okay.
And it turns out that it's actually a very useful project, and it's going to wind up, no doubt, being imported into just about every OS out there. I can see it happening.
Well, you have piqued my curiosity here, sir. Please go on.
Okay, so the project seems very well coordinated. I was actually sitting 2 people away from Andrew when he started importing this, I think. I'm going to have to check the logs, but it's only 4 days old, so that sort of matches up with Friday, doesn't it? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, that's right. So they must have been doing this work while I was sitting around them.
That's awesome.
And I'm very proud to sort of not been a part of it, but sort of there when it happened.
Around it as it happened, yeah.
Yeah. So
you're
the headline
to it.
of GitHub libtrue is you can't handle the truth.
Beautiful.
And as you can see, if you scroll all the way down, it's currently building on FreeBSD 10.3 on
12 current
on FreeBSD current, and it's also going through the Travis CI. I forget what CI stands for.
Continuous integration.
Thank you, sir. That's the second time I've forgotten that acronym in the past few months, few weeks.
It could be chief investigator. There's a lot of things there. So,
So if you click on the next link and go to true.xyz, you can see that they've got something there that was created by GitHub Pages. Now, the even next link, that's back into libtrue, sorry. Not long afterwards, a port was created on Freshports, and that was the 10th. No, that was the next day. It wound up getting into the FreeBSD ports tree the next day. The project, pardon me, I think I'm coming back to Philadelphia after being away for a while. I think my allergies have just kicked in full, so it's really hard to breathe at times.
Yeah,
now
totally. We appreciate you sticking it out.
Thank you. The next page you've got here, they actually have a code of conduct for this project, which is very important. You've got to have a code of conduct these days. Everyone is doing that. So the next project, next link, though, is record not found. Record not found has actually found that there's 34 watchers on GitHub for a project that only started 4 days ago.
Wow. Yeah, that's some good momentum they've got going.
Now, the other thing to look at, though, is there's 58 issues open. I want to know what they're doing about that. There's been 49 commits. Actually, now there's only 54 issues. And they're talking about these are very, very good issues as well, like Haskell bindings.
Yep,
Someone wants to get
that.
the Haskell bindings
No
going.
tests.
So, but, there's no support for faults. It's only true. They want to do a REST rewrite.
That's also very in vogue these days.
Yes. Now, way down, they want to add in Kerberos support, which is a very good idea.
Why isn't this a Dockerized microservice? Yes, libtruth as a service. That's the next one.
Yes.
We can spin that up
now,
on a DigitalOcean droplet right now.
They need an RSC or an RFD proposal process. And what about on a network? It's not guaranteed on a network. And like someone mentioned, BSD star.make is not portable.
These are fun issues. I like this a lot. We need multi-threaded truth. Amen.
Now, truth handling as a service is also very important. You already mentioned that, didn't you? Yes. Now, one of the things, accessibility. They've raised accessibility as being an issue. Now, someone actually denies that truth is not the answer. They're saying truth is not the answer. Now, on the next page is another very important thing, but what is truth? So they're questioning the entire foundation of the project. Someone pointed out there's neither Ruby nor Python support in this project, and that's really got to get fixed in a hurry. Now, someone actually said that the install was broken. Now, I didn't look at that issue before to find, it's still open. I don't know what they're doing. If the install's broken and it's only 4 days old, how they committed this? Someone wants systemd support, and I don't see how that's going to happen because this is all about the truth. Someone wants a JavaScript version. I can't see that happening. And someone's taking question with the license. They want an Apache 2 license.
Is it BSD licensed, I assume?
I believe it is. If I go back, yes, it's two clause BSD, I think. Okay. Now, believe it or not, there's actually a subreddit dedicated to this.
Oh, that's great. Already. Oh yeah, here we go. Boom. That's reddit.com/r/libtrue.
Yes. So I think you can see why this is going to be really popular. And I think you can see why there's going to be a lot of people wanting to get truth into their projects as well. And I can see other projects incorporating truth into their projects. And I can see a lot of operating systems incorporating truth into their projects as well. So I'm very proud that this came out of BSDCan 2017.
Oh, it's got Capsicum support too. I didn't even see that, but I see some Capsicum stuff. At least in one of the.
Where is this? That true?
Maybe not, but it says with Capsicum. Maybe optional. I was looking at true.c over here.
Oh, hold on. Look at the other. And they have a Python. They have add Python bindings for fast libtrue access.
So you have to compile like native bindings. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's
they
just the
have
build.
they have website as a submodule.
Oh yeah, return.
Yeah, you see
bool,
libtrue
get
/libtrue.github.io.
Oh, this is amazing. I love it.
This is a lot of work.
Oh, shoot out. See? Oh, beautiful. Look at that. That's pure simplicity at its heart.
There's not much to it.
No, there's not. In fact, I think there might be more makefile building code associated with than actual application code in this case.
Have you looked at the actual libtrue true.c?
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Yep. That is good. Oh yeah, you said the with Capsicum and open container as well. Closed container. I'm sure you're going to start using this soon, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get work involved with this.
As soon as there's that, as soon as there's a web API that I can call, that'll be.
Well, wasn't
a deal.
there an issue?
Yeah, I think there was. Maybe I can contribute something there.
Fine.
I mean,
web
they've got the Python support, so we just add a little little
API.
Little
Yeah, well, there's
HTTP
3 pages
server.
of issues here. I think there's something wrong here. Well, to be fair, the first issue raised was documentation.
Yeah, right. So there might be some issues that would be covered by that documentation if it existed. Get some man pages going. That would be useful.
I can see questions arising on Stack Overflow about this.
Mm-hmm. Proper use of libtrue.
Yes. Oh wait, did we look at the closed issues? The closed issues may be, well, here's one. There was no port. There is no code of conduct. They wanted to move the repo. Oh yeah.
Faster
They
libtrue.
moved it to be under GitHub libtrue. That's right. Yep.
Awesome. All right.
libxo support. Yes.
Looks like they're making some pretty rapid progress then.
I'm impressed.
I'm impressed as well.
This is only 4 days
Yeah.
worth of work.
Already 6 contributors.
Yes. Yep. 5 pull requests.
So are we going to see your name in there, Mr.
Probably.
Dan?
Probably. There are 16 forks of it already, so I'm sort of worried about, am I too late?
Yeah, right. Exactly. I'm sure we'll see this, in all sorts of upstream projects.
Very soon. Very soon.
There'll be a free software licensed clone of it at some point, I'm sure.
What do you mean free software?
Well, someone's going to want a GPL version that they can have.
Maybe.
GNU True, that's what they'll call it. Who knows? That's awesome that you got to see the birth of that. We'll have to check back in regularly and see how it grows.
I agree. This is a big deal.
Anything else you want to add about our friend libtrue?
The truth is out there.
Exactly. That's what you'll be saying after we talk about our final sponsor. That's right. That's our friends over at IX Systems. IX Systems, they've got the one true solution to your hardware provider needs. That's right. Don't get stuck with one of these big box providers where you have to shop online and make guesswork out of your important infrastructure buying process. No. My friends, head on over to ixsystems.com. There you will find amazing custom machines powered by incredible Intel processors. They've got a team of talented, highly trained, technically expert sales engineers waiting to talk to you, waiting to pamper you, waiting to make sure that you understand that IX Systems, they know your business is important, they know your project's important, they know you're important, and they know your server is important. They want your server experience to be custom, to be top-notch. They are going to work hard with you to make sure that you get exactly the right server, NAS, storage solution, whatever you may need. They'll make sure that it works for you for the first time, the right way. It really couldn't be easier. If you're like me, you'll be a little confused the first time you talk with IX if you haven't already. If you go to ixsystems.com/techsnap, you'll get a great guide. It's an awesome guide to buying hardware for open source software. It really highlights IX has been in this game for a while. They've seen the .com booms come and go, and they've weathered those waters. They're really experts in open source software, whether that be a BSD or a Linux distribution, or hey, maybe even Windows, whatever works. They've seen it all. They've worked with a ton of awesome clients, from small businesses to giant government agencies to monolith enterprises that run the world. IX has seen it. They built petabyte arrays. Really go check out some of their blog posts. They do a great job of highlighting some of the awesome projects they've worked at, and it really shows you the confidence that these, they've seen your problems before. They have the trained staff to make sure that you get the right solution. They'll work with you. Go check out the FreeNAS Mini. I mean, if you're just like, I don't really have the storage I want, sure could use a little bit extra storage at home. There's really no better solution. It's super handsome. You can build your own if you want. Yep, they totally support that. FreeNAS, open source. Great project. You can build your own. Or it's just, it's just so cute. It comes with expandable drive bays. You can swap things in. And IX really takes care of you. They make sure that any hard drives you get, they burn and tested them. It's white glove service. They know you don't want to have to get your device and then have to replace a hard drive right away. No, that's crazy sauce. Look at that thing. Maybe your needs are a little bit more than that. Maybe what you need is the True Rack. I got to say, I drool over the True Rack just about every week whenever I go to the IX System page. Powerful, flexible rack scale architecture that takes the guesswork out of building large-scale data center applications. So if you're in the position, you're building out, you're expanding, AWS, it's just too expensive. You want to work on your own cloud. IX Systems is a great choice for you. Or you just need a new server. Maybe you're doing, some machine learning. Maybe you just need a new NAS for your home office. IX Systems is a great partner to work with. Go to ixsystems.com/TechSnap. Share that guide with anyone you know, whether it be yourself or someone at the company you work for who's in the position to think about buying some new hardware, and recommend it to your friends. Thank you very much to IX Systems for sponsoring the TechSnap program. And head on over to ixsystems.com/TechSnap today to get some very sexy new hardware. And that brings us today's feedback, the time in the show where we take time to respond to you, our beloved audience. That's right. You can reach us at the subreddit. You can reach us at the jb.com, jupiterbroadcasting.com contact form, or you can reach us on Twitter. Those addresses will be later in the show. But people have already sent us feedback. Yeah, that's right. That's why we love you guys so much. Let's get to it. First up, we've got a letter from our friend Marco. He's asking about quadrupled photographs. Hello. I'm a teacher in primary school. Because nobody did it, I slowly evolved into an IT administrator. I think that's a very sympathetic story, Marco. A lot of people end up in that. You have a little skill, or you've developed some skill, and you're forced to wear more hats than you might otherwise want to. He says, mostly I learn as I go, and from mistakes. Amen. Before my question, I would like to say that I also agree with the previous listener. Dan, you have a great personality, as seen on TechSnap, and I would also love to hear a deep dive on IPv6, especially the advantages and differences. That sounds like something we can do, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my situation. Users started to complain that computers are running low on free space. I took a look at it and found this mess. Users were taking photos and videos, and after every event, they copied all photos and videos to a computer. The problem occurred when the same images and videos became duplicated, tripled, and quadrupled. Here's how they did it. First, they took photos and copied them to a computer, to a folder, DCIM. All right, so we've got image 001, image 002, and image 003. Then they took more photos and copied all photos to a different folder on the same computer. See, here we go. We've got another copy of 001, 002, 003, and now we've got 004 and 005, and so on. Every once in a while, somebody emptied the memory card in the camera, so naming of new photos started from the beginning. Ooh, ouch. Sometimes the camera wasn't used for a long time, so that the battery completely drained, so the date on the camera reset and the date of the photo being taken was wrong. And they did this on several computers. I would like to remove duplicate photos and videos, but based only on content, not date or file name, which are both wrong. Can this be done on FreeNAS, or Vanilla FreeBSD, or Ubuntu Linux? Thanks for the information. Keep on with the great work. Hey, thank you, Marco. That's a really great question, and a very nicely detailed and set up email there. Makes it pretty easy for us to read and to answer, so we really appreciate that.
My initial thought was hash.
Mm-hmm.
You do an MD5 or a SHA-512. You might as well just use a very quick hash.
Yeah, right.
The quickest hash you can find. And basically what that'll do is that'll give you a number or a string, which is usually unique for everything you do. So you have a document, you take a hash of that document, and that checksum is a fixed value. You change anything in that document, that checksum will change. So if you just ran a checksum over each one of these files, you would find out the identical ones, and the ones with the same hash are definitely identical, and you can just delete them. If they have different hashes, it doesn't mean that they're not. They could still be identical. Say perhaps one bit got flipped or something like that, but we're going to assume that the photographs are, that the files are untouched. They represent the photograph that was actually taken. So you could write a script, do an MD5 over all the files. I would then output at the end output a list of the duplicates you found and said, hey, you can delete all this. But first you got to write the code, then you got to debug the code and stuff like that, and you might make mistakes. So while you were talking, I Googled for identifying duplicate photos, and there's lots of free software out there to do just this for you. I found something called just posts that referred to something called Awesome Photo Identifier, Awesome Duplicate Photo Finder. And there's I think this one is for PC. There's some for Mac. So I would just find one. Say you're on a Mac, download it from the App Store, but use one of these tools. Don't write the code yourself because it'll just be too much help. But that would help a lot.
Rikai pointed us at another program option. Here he pointed us to FDupes. It's a program for identifying and deleting duplicate files residing within specified directories. Looks like it's pretty widely installed on various places. Here's an Ubuntu man page, for instance. So that's another helpful one. Looks like there's a lot of pretty good options for that, which is nice.
We don't know what OS. He did not mention the OS, did he? He mentioned, can this be done on FreeNAS or Linux, Ubuntu, but I'm not sure what OS.
Right, yeah. But hopefully, as long as it's not Windows anyway, it looks like there's a lot of options. But there might be Windows as well, and I'm sure there's probably some programs there as well. Maybe Marco can send us a follow-up letter to tell us, what solution he found, what he went with, and how it went.
Yes, please. This is very interesting.
I totally sympathize with that. Like, oh my gosh, this is such a
I know
mess.
I've got this problem on some of mine as well.
Yeah. Yikes.
This feedback question came some time ago, and I've put it off because I wanted to think about it for a little while. I don't remember when it came in, but I'm sure it was before we did I'm sure it was before May 17th.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, on to the next one then. Thank you very much, Marco, and let us know how it goes. Next
Thank you.
We've got a letter from Gary. Gary writes to us about an Apple laptop repair place. Hey, Dan. On one of the TechSnap shows, you mentioned that you got your Apple laptop repaired. Would you be kind enough to share the place where you had that work done at? Thanks much, Gary.
Yes, I'm using that laptop right now. This laptop over here that's streaming the video is a brand new laptop, and the laptop that I'm using here in the big screen is my old 2011 MacBook Pro. And this screen is the graphic output is just wonderful. What had happened is that the video chip died, and so I took it apart and shipped the main board off to a place out on the west coast of the US, and they fixed it by replacing the video chip entirely and sent it back to me, and it's working great. I guess I've had it for about 2 months now. It's wonderful. If you go on eBay, look for the user Brick Fence, all one word. There'll be a link in the show notes. They've got 393 positive feedbacks, and in another week or so, they'll have mine as well. And I highly recommend them. They did great pre-sale conversation with me. about my original query, and I said, listen, do you need me to take this off? Do you need me to take that off? Have I chosen the right service for the problem I'm demonstrating? Great customer interactions. Use them.
Awesome. Okay. Hey, that's great. You've delivered exactly on that request. Thank you very much, Mr. Dan. It's kind of it's like a neat idea. You know, you send off your laptop to the care of the internet, and it sends you back a fixed laptop. I mean, there's like, you know, some money that gets exchanged, and in theory, it's a person doing the work, but really, it's the internet.
Well, what I like about it is this person has certain skills, and the people always have broken laptops, and this person knows exactly how to fix them, has the right equipment, and there's no other way for you to find this person except over the internet.
Yeah, exactly. It allows you, you know, unless you happen to like, yep, I have this friend who fixes stuff. Unless you're in that friend group, then you're out of luck. But yeah, exactly. The internet allows us to have that kind of information freely at hand.
Someone did recommend a group in New York City for this repair, but I happened to stumble across these guys on eBay, and it just made sense, and I'm very pleased.
Awesome.
And it comes with a 6-month warranty.
Oh, hey, even better. Great. Okay, on to our final piece of feedback tonight. We've got a letter from David. David writes to us about a low-power pfSense and pfSense 2.5. I'm slowly convincing myself to put together a small pfSense firewall. I originally wanted to do some eBay hunting, but I keep picturing the electricity bill for running it 24/7. EU pricing. So I've arrived at an embedded infrastructure. But just in time, there was some news about pfSense that in the future it will require AES-NI to be present. Which, for people who don't know, that's an accelerated instruction in the CPU for doing AES. Certain classes of it anyway. This kind of gets important, as I would like to access part of the network through OpenVPN, including the NAS, maybe some intelligent home devices, temp readings, fish tank control, etc. So given a power consumption limit, and let's say a noise limit, in your experience, would an Atom-based solution be sufficient with 4 NICs on board, or should I just get a Pentium or Core-based single NIC board and hunt for used 2-port server NIC, one for the LAN and one for the DMZ? I simply don't think that the ARM Netgate appliance is sufficient, and the Atom-based ones are too expensive. Right now, the only thing I expect out, really, is a used 1U mini chassis, and that I might replace the fans for silent ones. But really, any idea helps at this point. Thanks, and keep up the good show. David. P.S. If you want to suggest alternatives, running something 24/7 will cost roughly $3 per watt per year over here, and assume a 3-year usage for the total cost of ownership. Hey, also nicely spelled out. Thank you for the detailed letter. What do you think about that, Mr. Dan?
$3 a watt.
Yeah.
Where is he from?
I'm not sure.
Because $3 a watt, if I'm running 100 watt, that's $300 a year. I don't know. Anyway, but that's not the point.
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking of getting a 1U mini chassis. A 1U mini chassis is still a rack mount, isn't it? I'm not familiar with a 1U mini chassis.
I think so. I believe so. I'm not sure. You'd think with 1U that, yeah, it would be a rack mount.
Why not just go and buy something from NetApp? They've got some pretty decent stuff. He doesn't have a very strong connection. He doesn't say whether... Yeah, I'm going to assume a 1 gig will be sufficient for what he wants.
Right, not 10
but
gig.
NetApp has a lot of really good stuff for NetApp? No, Netgate.
Netgate.
Sorry. Totally different type of solution. That's not the first time I've done that. When you put the wrong sponsor logo on them.
Yeah, exactly.
There are some very small solutions that you can get from Netgate. Just very, very tiny little boxes. We're only talking, not much bigger than your cell phone when you look down from above, and maybe about as thick as 2 or 3 cell phones, and sometimes 2 or 3 NICs as well. You're not talking about cost or how much you want to spend, but I'm assuming that spending some money on it, as opposed to cobbling it together from pieces at home, is what you want to do. And I'm basing that solely upon the used 1U mini chassis. These things don't take much power at all. And that's what I do, is I would buy something small like that, ready-made. You can buy many of them secondhand.
Yeah.
Just have a look through on eBay and grab something like that.
Yeah, I know he says he doesn't think, what is he? He doesn't think that the ARM, he worries about the ARM appliance.
Yep. But not all of them are ARM.
Yeah, not all
Most
of them
of
are
the
ARM.
new stuff from Netgate are now AES-NI compliant.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, I mean, that is one of the nice
And they're
features.
doing that because they're no longer supporting things without it.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, it looks like, here you can get some, for starting anywhere at like a couple $100, you can start getting some of the nice Intel Atom software. And then if you get it from Netgate that they've done some tests to ensure that you'll get the kind of performance that you're looking for. From my end of the woods, the router I'm using right now is basically like a micro ATX Celeron processor. It runs the processor there. It's like TDP is like 10 watts. So I don't know if that's like low enough for his use case or not. But I think I just have 3 gigabit ports on there. But it does everything I need, and I haven't had much complaints. And it's nice enough that it has, it has like some basic. Really has all the CPU features that I would want for. You can even do some like video encoding and has AES-NI and all the features that I would really like. So it's been a pretty positive experience. I think I got it was like an old Celeron one, but a lot of the core ones, modern Celeron chips, really aren't that bad. So it seems like there's some options. You can go with the pre-made ones. You can cobble something together yourself. I think there is a lot on the low end. If you're not trying to push 10 gig traffic all the time, then you should be able to get away with a lot. Especially if you have a nice, server NIC or Intel server NIC particular, something quality there. We have good drivers, then it should work well.
Yeah, I push a lot of data through my little Netgate appliance. It's several years old, and I'm pulling data down all the time, sending data up for backup, stuff like that. So you should be fine with something that is very low powered, because pushing bytes around doesn't take a lot of CPU.
Yeah, especially if you're not doing a ton of filtering or deep packet inspection or any of that kind of stuff. It's just hey, forward those along.
So just find something that supports AES-NI and just use it.
Mm-hmm. I know the Reddit pfSense community and the pfSense forum, they usually have some pretty good discussions about popular builds that they do. So if you are interested in doing it from yourself, not going with the pre-made appliance, that's something I would recommend checking out. They usually have some, various cost levels of, premium or bargain basement, depending on where you fall.
Yeah, I think you'll be able to find something rather easily.
And let us know what you
let us know what you choose. We'd like to know too.
Awesome. Okay, well, that's it for the feedback this week. You can send us feedback at techsnap.reddit.com or jupiterbroadcasting.com/contact or finding us on Twitter. It's so easy. You have so many options. Please send us feedback. All right, and with that, it's time for the roundup, the final segment of today's show. We have some stories that just weren't quite big enough to make it into the first segment, but they're still important. Consider them homework for you and us. They're interesting stories we'd like to touch on just a little bit. And hey, maybe they'll spawn some feedback. So, first up, 8,000 vulnerabilities found in pacemakers. Wow. Okay. Well, that doesn't sound like a good thing now, does it, Dan?
No. I seem to remember a TV show where they reprogrammed someone's pacemaker using this. But basically, a pacemaker gets reset or adjusted using a programmer. The programmer isn't someone sitting at a keyboard. It's a separate device. They call it the programmer of the pacemaker.
Almost like flashing something or,
Yeah. Similar to flashing, exactly. So pacemaker programmers do not authenticate to pacemaker devices and don't require that physicians do either. So basically, if you have a programmer, you can alter the pacemaker.
Wow, that's kind of terrifying.
So you can buy these programmers for somewhere between $500 to $3,000. So basically,
Not
nothing
cheap, but
stopping
actually
you from-
kind of cheap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. It's like kryptonite in that sense. Yeah. If you just have it, then you can program it. That's terrifying.
So, yeah.
I guess it's like the same kind of stuff we've talked about before, how long it's taken IT, the internet, for us to kind of start thinking with security all the time from the beginning. And I think it's, it's the same way in the medical field, I'm sure. And in the automotive field and anywhere where technology is touching. It's so proliferated that, there's a lot of people trying to break in.
So not only do you not have to authenticate, all of the programmers that they examined had outdated software with known vulnerabilities.
Ugh.
Many of them run Windows XP.
You're just trying to upset me with that, aren't you?
As seen in other medical device verticals, keeping devices fully patched and updated continues to be a challenge, despite efforts from the FDA to streamline routine cybersecurity updates. Now, this is an issue. If you change the code, the device needs to be recertified.
Oh.
I know that with if you have a plane certified, that's why you keep seeing new releases of the 737. So they keep making it bigger and different and bigger and different. The thing is, if you built a brand new aircraft, you would have to go through the whole certification program again.
Right. It's different than just changing.
And that's why
existing.
they keep, making it longer and changing certain things. It's still the same aircraft, I swear.
Yep.
But they're just making subtle changes as time goes on.
Interesting.
And that's why. So I'm quite sure that you would have to, for a new release of software, even if it contained fixes, you would still have to go through the FDA recertification process.
That makes sense. Does this have any tips for people? Is there any way you can mitigate this? Or are they doing anything to increase the security?
I don't think there's anything you can do. It's just that it's obscure enough, and why would anyone want to do it? Right. I mean, there's no profit in it. There's not the profit in this type of vulnerability for the people exploiting the vulnerability that there is in exploiting traditional, what we have been talking about, traditional.
So are we going to see tinfoil shirts instead of tinfoil hats?
I don't think that's going to work.
No, probably not.
No. But yeah.
Well, that's terrifying. Hopefully there can be some incentives placed here or requirements that we can improve the security of these
people
devices.
have to keep things in perspective. This is possible. It's not very probable.
Right. It's not like we see this going on a lot. It's just one of those.
First, someone has to know what kind of pacemaker you have and buy the right programmer.
Yeah. And then understand enough about pacemaker programming to
do something about it.
To do something about it. Yeah.
It's not very probable.
But it does, it is a symptom of a larger problem in our approach and our design. So it's interesting in that respect.
Yes.
Okay, well then, this is the roundup. On to the next item. This is over at breakandenter.org under their projects. It's called Inception. What is it?
So basically, it's a physical memory manipulation and hacking tool which exploits PCI-based DMA. So basically, the tool can attack over FireWire, Thunderbolt, ExpressCard, PC card, and any other PCIe interfaces. So basically, they're doing this in order to provide, I quote, a relatively quick, stable, and easy way of performing intrusive and non-intrusive memory hacks against live computers using DMA. DMA being, if I recall my acronyms correctly, direct memory access.
I do believe.
So what they do is they present a serial bus unit directory to the victim machine over the FireWire interface. And the victim operating system thinks it's a device which has been connected to the FireWire port. And since these devices utilize DMA for fast, large bulk data transfers, the victim lowers his shields and enables DMA for the device. The victim now has full read-write access to the lower 4 gig of RAM on the victim.
Oh, man. Wow.
So why would you do this? So it's because the world's forensic experts, governments, and 3-letter acronym agencies are using similar tools. So why don't we have one? Inception is free, as in beer. Here, take it and use it. A professional equivalent tool will set you back about $10,000 US. So basically, it's a GPL license. You go from there. It talks about the hardware you need and the software, which is just common open source software. So I'm sure it's useful to some people. It's not very useful to me because, well, I don't really do this sort of thing.
Right. But it does, I think it is useful in that, especially with like the proliferation of Thunderbolt over USB-C and other, PCI equivalent devices, that we do see maybe more of this, DMA accessible things than we did in the past with more regular USB devices. And I think this is one concern that's been talked about, but now we have like a very concrete open source thing that you can actually test against and show like, okay, if you plug this in, I can hack your system. This
is not new software.
Yeah, right.
This has been around at least 5 years.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it just seems like it's, it's, if anything, more relevant now, I guess. It's interesting, though.
It sounds pretty cool, and I'm sure that some people listening will say, "Oh,
yeah, I know it does."
I'll use that.
It makes me kind of want to try it. Like if they made it so easy, I can get it all installed and built and hack myself. That is always a fun exercise. I did that with once to show a previous roommate that their Wi-Fi password was insecure. So I took a packet capture of their handshake, and then I uploaded it to the internet where they have those like GPU. They'll try to crack a bunch, run a bunch group dictionary attack with a GPU hash, and then showed them that I was like, "Yep, look, see, the internet cracked your password."
So you did a TCP dump of? Oh, you just dumped the packets going over the.
You do like you either wait for them to connect and capture the handshake, or you send like a deauth so that they have to redo the handshake. But it was, because he just had some, I forget what the password was now because it was several years ago, but it was like it was like a combination of dictionary words and stuff. And we were in like an argument. I was trying to tell him like, look, that's really not, if you're concerned about security, you really shouldn't do this. I know it seems like no one will probably guess it, but it turns out it's really easy to crack. So it's always...
And you did it.
Yeah, well, the internet did it for me. But I told it to do it, so yeah, I did it, exactly. I mean, I could have if I felt like downloading the dictionary list or whatever. But I think it is useful in that vein to have these, it's nice when you have ways to show people or to demonstrate attacks instead, it makes them feel more real. It might make people take additional precautions, which is always good. Okay, moving on then. An ex-admin deletes all customer data and wipe servers of Dutch hosting provider. Oh no, this doesn't sound like a good thing at all.
When I first saw this, it was under people were trying to get forth the idea that you really should do your backups because maybe your data will disappear from your ISP. Now, what's interesting about this title is it says ex-admin. I'm assuming ex-admin refers to the time he did it, not now. If you see what I mean.
Right. He wasn't fired for this, but he'd already been let go or had left the company.
Yeah, they make that clear in the article, but I just found the post misleading. So this article doesn't go into much detail. They just say, it's gone. This is what the website used to look like. This is what it looks like now. But from what I've heard, and if you read the the headline carefully, the data was wiped off the servers. It doesn't mean it was deleted. It sounds to me that nothing actually valuable went missing. Because if you look at the first link, if you go to Verilux.com, they say right there, after investigation, it looks like we didn't lose any important data. Originally, they thought all the data was lost, but it's not.
Wow.
So it just sounds like it's as if all the links to something were wiped away, but the data is still there, and they're working on getting it going. So it looks like all nodes are online now, and everything's back.
Wow.
They didn't lose anything, despite what the first post says. So it sounds to me like someone wiped out maybe the websites, but not the actual data, because they're a web host, right? So maybe he just removed all the redirects so that the incoming queries went to the right location, because I can imagine various scenarios. Maybe they had a whole bunch of vhosts, and all of a sudden he just wiped out all the vhost entries. You add back in the vhost entries and you've got your website back.
Right, yeah, exactly. Whatever happened, I'm very glad to hear that they didn't lose all the data that they had, and hopefully this will trigger an internal review of their separation processes, and they can highlight.
This happened 4 days ago.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm hoping to see a really good
post-mortem here at some point.
Post-mortem come through.
Yikes. Oh, that's a horror story. I'm glad they've got it. And, we talked about this a little when we mentioned the that Joyent outage a couple shows ago. And it's the same kind of stuff, where like they're suddenly having to think about well, how do we reboot all of our infrastructure?
I think someone from Joyent was at BSDCan.
Oh, okay. Nice. That's fun.
And then somewhere on Twitter, I saw perhaps Joyent should sponsor BSDCan next year. So if you're from Joyent and you're listening, you know my number.
Exactly. Okay, well then, speaking of BSD, let's just jump right to the next story. Microsoft Azure adds OpenBSD support. Yeah, that's right. I'll say it again. Azure adds OpenBSD support.
They gave a talk at BSDCan about this.
Did they? Oh, cool.
Or they gave a talk about Azure, and they were mentioning that they'd added OpenBSD support. And this is pretty cool. So, at one time, BSD was too obscure for the cloud.
Yeah, totally.
No one supported it.
But these days. Yeah, it makes sense. Like they, we heard a lot about them working with the FreeBSD project to get that to be first class on Azure, which is great. And it seems like Microsoft's showing a little bit of a different face in this cloud world. They were working on their own Linux-based Switch operating system. It seems they really accepted that the cloud is done a little bit differently. So it's cool to see them recognizing OpenBSD as a great security appliance, security-focused operating system, and all the other wonderful qualities that it has. So now we can go out and play with it. I do have an Azure account. I don't use it very much, but maybe it's time to take that for a spin.
Yeah, I've got to fire up. I have a DigitalOcean droplet, and I asked Colin Percival at BSDCan about why use DigitalOcean over EC2 or why use Azure over EC2 and stuff like that. And it was interesting to hear his suggestions for it. But that was mostly related to his particular need.
Okay.
For me, I don't think it makes much difference. It's just all a matter of price or convenience.
Right,
so
yeah.
It boils down to a personal choice.
Whatever works for you, you have experience with, you have scripts for, and costs a reasonable amount. Something like that, anyway. Awesome. All right. Well, it's cool to see that, and good on the OpenBSD project. It's a great operating system, so hopefully that will increase its reach. Okay. Time for the final roundup item. How to track what Congress is doing on the internet.
Yeah, this is ghostware. So basically, after Congress decided that ISPs could sell your data without your permission, this guy decided, well, let's see what Congress is looking at. The IP addresses used for Congress are used by Congress are public. And so what this guy has done is created a plugin that you can use on your website to point out that, hey, look, this IP address is from Congress, and they're reading your blog post, for example. That might be useful to you, but on a global basis, you'd have to get a lot of people digging into this to make this useful. It's useful to an individual. It's not useful on, say, a national basis. You'd need everyone to be using it in order to do that. And there's an issue here where you can't actually give this information out. It's still a privacy issue, but because you're just tracking the entire subnet, there's no privacy issues involved. So if you were to collect all this information together, I can't see there being any privacy issues whatsoever because you can't identify anyone. It's just an IP address from, maybe you could identify it. If you could figure out what the IP address belonged to within Congress, maybe you could. But surely they're using that.
Yeah,
they're not
handing out. So.
They're not handing out public IPv4 addresses to everyone, are they? Or are they?
I mean, they might be. They might have a big fat allocation they're sitting on, so they could. But you would think that at this day and age, that wouldn't be the default anyway. But who knows? It's interesting. This is an interesting idea. It kind of makes sense that it's ghostware, but it might be interesting to look at.
Yeah. Well, there's a Congress Edits Twitter account.
Oh, yeah, that's fun.
And this new thing works similar to that, where there's an automated Twitter account that tweets whenever a Wikipedia page is edited from IP addresses associated with Congress. Someone in Congress is editing this Wikipedia page. That's interesting.
Yes, it is. It's always interesting to see, what you can learn. They get to look at our metadata. Maybe it's only fair that we get to look too, but perhaps not. Anything else you want to add?
Nope.
Okay. Well,
thank you.
I guess that wraps up the show today. It's been wonderful to have you back.
Thank you. Cough and all.
Yeah, cough and all. Hey, allergies affect everyone. Doesn't matter that you're still here. I think this has been a great episode today. In particular, I think an IPv6 deep dive might be something we'll definitely have to do because it's an interesting topic, and I think it would be a natural fit for the show.
If only I knew more about it.
Yeah, I've done the dabble, so maybe we can prepare some things.
Yep.
I guess that's it for episode 323. This has been TechSnap, broadcast live on June 13th. 2017. If you'd like to find out more, head on over to jupiterbroadcasting.com. There you'll find the archives, our show. If you go over to /contact, you'll find the contact form. There's also /calendar, which will tell you when we're here live. You can come join the IRC room. It's a lot of fun. You can also find us both on Twitter. I'm at Wes Payne. He is at TechSnap_Dan. And you can go to techsnap.reddit.com. Thank you very much for viewing, and show up next week. It's going to be a blast. See ya.
I totally don't mean to be like a Chrome hipster, but I am really getting to the point where it feels like Chrome is way too big. There's way too much stuff, and Google doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. Like, they're adding in payments APIs to the desktop browser in Chrome 60. They are making it they're re-engineering the way that it handles your mouse cursor, and they're doing a lot of improvements. So I got to give them credit. Like, it's making steady progress, but it's getting a little ridiculous as to the amount of things that Chrome can do. And the versioning is just getting out of control. It's like version 60 is the new beta. It's nuts. And not that Firefox is too much better. As we record, they just released version 54 this morning. But this is what's awesome about 54. And maybe, Wes, I know you were joking about switching back to Firefox.